Everybody, and good morning to our public. I'm going to first announce how Rick Ladd addresses and discusses some of the issues in executive session. I'm going to open up a couple of these bills and not take any motions. We're going to have some discussion first. We've done that many times in education policy where we have concerns where we can draw upon technical support if we need it. And then I will then announce when I'm ready to take motions and I will address somebody to make a motion. After we usually have this discussion first, we break into caucuses where we meet as a caucus, either side, and try to determine, okay, with this new information we gathered, where is your team going to be? And then we'll come back and I'll take a motion and we'll move on with it. And so starting out in today's docket right here, we have 5 bills, or 4, let's see, am I looking at the right one? 4 bills. No, I'm looking at the wrong sheet here. 5 bills. And I'd like to open it up for discussion purposes for the HB 443. So let's turn to that bill. And I did have a discussion this morning earlier before I had to go to another meeting with the folks over at NHTI with Shannon Reed, working with Mark Rubenstein. Mark Rubenstein is the chair of that particular commission regarding this bill. And as you recall, the bill reads, terms of the appointed members on the commission we're talking about, except as otherwise indicated above, shall be for 5 years. And it's striking out, and until a successor is appointed and qualified. Vacancies shall be filled for the unexpired term. We had discussion about that during the hearing process, and there was some question as far as, the people that are going beyond their appointed time, beyond the 5 years, but haven't been reappointed or nobody else has been appointed pursuant to executive council and governor. And so those people continue even though they're now living down in Arizona and have nothing to do with the college that they're supposed to be representing on this commission. So the question being then, where do we go with this bill in terms of trying to amend it to be more clearly understood that you're going to be representing that college and attending meetings regularly or whatever it may be. And if you miss, for example, hypothetically 3 in a row or something without being an excused absence, are you kicked off? And does that have to be put in legislation or not? So I asked, I talked to the folks at NHTIT that chair this thing because remember the chancellors are on this of the colleges. We also have the presidents of the colleges, and then we also have the private council. The council, what's his name? Stark. The Dartmouth College, all the privates in the state. They also have representation. And they're wanting to get involved with this somehow. So I'm going to open this up to discussion right now. If there's questions, let's try to get these things answered. They're willing to come over and work with us on it. If we don't want, this is not an early bill. If we need more information on that, we can do that. I just want to make sure that we're understanding what the purpose of this commission is. What do they do? And is this something that DOE is going to be able to do in place of them? I have concerns that DOE is not going to be able to do that. It's really comprehensive what they do in reviewing those people who want to come in and open up a higher education institution in this state. It's very complex. And we're not doing it for international schools as we once did. That was presented by Mr. Appleby. So it's open for discussion right now. Not taking any kind of motions. If there's a question, yeah, Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is an executive session, I'll keep it really short. I will say that it seems that this bill is not ready to be exec, and I'm fine just not really taking any action right now and creating a work session and figuring out which way we go from the work session. But in terms of one quick suggestion, given that my understanding is that the meetings are regularly scheduled twice a year for the commission, if we are going to have a number of unexcused absences that trigger this, probably the highest I would support would be 2, because that's already 1 year of the seat basically being vacant unofficially. But again, I'm fine just waiting until it's time, because we still have strategic directions to decide on this.
The number of times they meet really depends upon what they have on their plate coming at them, as far as those people that are under review or on conditional approval, or those which are coming for initial approval. If they're coming in for new initial approval, they oftentimes meet monthly to review these applications, looking into the finances of the people, and also the standards in which their staff that are going to be working there are going to be bound to. So I like the suggestion of just not doing anything on it today. It's not an early bill. Is that, yes, Representative Ames?
First, I agree that it would make sense to hold this and have a work session and deal with it. But I would say that I think what's presented here is a very narrow problem that relates to terms of a particular category of the group that is on the board here. And trying to deal with a problem that sounds like a real problem. And so that's one thing, and that's what the bill presents. I think the broader question that has been raised about the purpose of this commission and how it fits into the higher education, public higher education enterprise in New Hampshire is a question that's really not germane to this bill. And we can go into it, sure, but it's going beyond what's presented here in the bill.
And Representative Luna, you have your hand?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And similar. I was having thoughts very similar to what Representative Ames was just discussing. But I do think. I mean, I agree with the with the thoughts that that Representative Pavlovici Mueller put on the table in terms of maybe not acting on this bill today so that we can consider what the larger situation, and if a non-germane amendment can be introduced, maybe that's something we would want to hold a hearing on and move forward with, or not. So, but I agree. I don't think there's a reason to act today on
So
this.
what I'd like to do is I'd like to put a small subcommittee together of folks which would like to work with higher education. We've had the chair of this commission support that, and we also have folks from the privates which would like to come in. And yes, that's widening the scope of what this bill is. But we have to first deal with this issue of the vacancies, and are they going to be filled, and are they working with all those people, or is it a few people, the college presidents, making these decisions? If the other appointed people don't show. And I don't know that. I don't know what the history of it is. So I just like to defer this action today, put together a small subcommittee to have them come back and have that report come back to us prior to the date that this has to be out of the committee, has to be out by March 20th. So we would have a subcommittee come back with a recommendation to us, and we'd go with it there. Is there any opposition to doing that? Not seeing any?
No, I just wanted to add a comment.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that one of my concerns is the fact that the governor is making these appointments. And so I think we need to look at the regulations that are related to governor and council appointments, because maybe we can't change it here. It might conflict with something that's there.
Well, it's in our statute, which we write, that it's done by governor and council. We can change anything we want that's in there. It's our prerogative. So we're the legislature. We are a separate branch totally from the governor. So,
Those are words that are music to my ears.
okay, so we're going to bypass on this right now and go to the next bill, which we had in the docket, which is 484. And this is relative to reallocation and repurposing of career and technical education classroom space by local school districts. Here's what I got again from the director of career technical education this morning on the telephone, on the cell phone. I understand, and I've read the information regarding where Milford is on this right now, and having to try to use this space, which has been CTE space for 20 years, and then utilizing that space going forward here in their repurposing and use of that space. He's of the opinion that if in fact you have a space such as that that's been used by CTE, that you want to have a general education class come in and teach within that classroom space, it's okay if in fact you're still using it on the other part of the day for a health sciences class, which is wrapped up in those CTE clusters program. So it's a shared space. That they said if in fact you're going for that grant money, which would be the $13.7 million, which is the state share, that of I think the total project, Gary, if I'm wrong, was around $28 million. 23, and it's been reduced by the state. That's right. So we're down to 23, and so you're looking at then the 9.9 having to come up from a local bond. That this legislation may not really have an impact one way or the other on it. In other words, he's saying if you're going to continue to use it for CTE, even though you're going to be using it also for general ed, and you have some deferred maintenance in there, that's not going to stop them from getting their grant. You may be hearing something different, but so at this point in time, that's what I got back. They're also saying over the DOE right now that there is a group with the responsibility of giving a report in May of this year, dealing with how we're going to do capital improvements and looking at the programs and CTEs right now. Right now, it's always the next two projects, Milford and Ringe Jeffries, this go around. And then we get down to the bottom of the list here, we will be then starting a new process, and they're coming out with a report of how to allocate dollars to do that. And that study group report comes out in May, as I mentioned, and there'll probably be new rules and everything associated with. So we're going to be just jumping how we do things here very shortly here. Should we wait till then? If this is imperative and that we really need it to allow them to have a CTE program, I'm open to doing anything to help a CTE program. I'll tell you right there, I will always vote in support of a CTE program. So open for discussion. Yeah, Dan, Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on your presentation, it seems that while this may not necessarily be needed or solve the exact problem, there doesn't seem to be any harm in just passing it and then adjusting it based on the report of the commission or whatnot in the next year. I mean, I think I would rather do something. This is a rather innocuous and harmless bill that may help. I don't think there is any harm in, OTPing it if needed and, then continue to survey the landscape and see if more action is needed. But I wouldn't want to not do anything when something can be done just to wait for more day.
Yeah, yes.
I am of the same opinion as you, that anything that we can do to help the CTE programs would be something that we need to do. This wouldn't just help the CTE programs, this also would help the regular ed programs. I think that we should put this through as ought to pass and then wait for the committee report to come out. And next year, if something different needs to happen, something different needs to happen. So I would say the same thing as Representative just said. I think OTP.
Thank you. Yeah, if I'm understanding the situation that Conval was facing this past fall, when they were looking at expanding, the way I understood it is they wanted to build a new CTE center on the school. And they wanted to move it into a different location, and they wanted to repurpose their current CTE center for classroom space. So this bill would actually help them be able to do that, because I think as things stand now, they would not have been able to do that and would have had to demolish that old CTE center and build a brand new center. So this would have preserved that space to be repurposed for other things and allowed them the ability to apply for the grant. They chose not to at the time, but or since. But it would have allowed them to be able to build a brand new CTE center and still preserve this area.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in some conversations I've had with a former CT director outside of the committee room, although he has testified here before, there are at least a couple other situations across the state involving CTE space, potentially unused CTE space, and the need for non-CTE high school classes or interest among non-CTE high school classes or high school courses to use some unused CTE space. But I think from the conversations I've had, not all of these situations are the same, and or would be covered by the language that's in the current bill that's in front of us here, and so and also I think some of the I'm not sure how much this committee knows about what the specific situation in Milford is either, and I'm just looking at a memo that I got from the former CTE director. And he writes, I asked if they could explain something about the chemistry labs, which he seemed to focus on. Then they mentioned a CTE biotech room that the high school, not CTE, was using, initially built through the CTE renovation build sponsored by the state. So not quite sure where things, stand on the ground in Milford, but also in, I believe, North Conway and Claremont also have situations that need to that would like to be addressed as well.
In the discussion today, I had that discussion with Mr. Beards, and he said that if they're going to be jointly sharing and using that facility, it's different than a facility that you're taking over totally for general education, regular education. So what I did last night, I just want to get this clarified. I did write a blurb for this bill, a no TP blurb. And I want to read that for everybody right now to hear what I'm coming, because it says some of the things I think that town is trying to do. And the other one we're dealing with is Jeffries Ringe. And that's a different situation. Jeffries has gotten into the business of doing Jaffrey's. That's where Val is down there, and where they're having a smaller program, which is sort of a satellite to what they've had before, but they're trying now to bring the CTE centers into these high schools so kids don't have this travel time, and we're losing a lot of scheduling and all that. So I'm going to read this quickly. This bill authorizes the school district to repurpose career technical education CTE space after 20 years of exclusive use at no cost. That's in the bill. This change to statute will enable the Milford CTE Center to move forward with their proposed CTE project. Each biennium, 2 centers are designated at the state level for CTE renovation support funding. The Milford High School and Applied Technology Center project did receive state approval, but the initial proposed state budget project renovation amount of $28 million has been reduced, as Representative Daniels said, to roughly 23. This funding reduction has resulted in Milford's need to reduce the project in size and scope, therefore repurposing current space. I should repurpose and using of the current space. The project includes a motorsports program, facility/classroom renovations, and replacing outdated CTE equipment. In addition to state support and local funds, several Milford businesses and nonprofit organizations have pledged support for the renovation project through in-kind donations of equipment and more. 21 Milford businesses have written letters of support for the project, many of which host students for work-based learning. I think this is narrowing it down to a singular project until we get that May report done. But, and I was also told by Jeff Beards, they probably will get that if they send their application, and they'll probably get it anyways because they're seeing it as a shared area, shared space for both, regular ed and CTE. So, my suggestion is we move this thing forward and not to pass. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to bring up for part of the discussion and bringing this forward because of a situation in Claremont, although I don't think it's unique to Claremont or likely to be unique in the future. And preface my remark by saying I hugely value the CTE centers and the need to get more students benefiting from them. However, in Claremont, there is a situation where there is unused CTE space because a program closed. The building is a short 5-minute walk from the high school, which is crowded. They want to be able to use the unused CTE space for general ed, not shared with CTE because they don't have a need for that, but actually separate for general ed. So I actually, frankly, had intended to bring forward an amendment and I neglected to get to that. But what I would put out to the committee is and ask for some consideration. If you look at lines 7 and 8, if we were to remove the words, if the space is being vacated to enable expansion of the career and technical education program that occupies the space. If we remove those words, then we are basically saying space that has been used by the Career and Technical Center for 20 years can be repurposed by the district. So it leaves the district the flexibility to use the space to the best advantage of their students, which is the essence of local control. So I'd be interested to hear people's feedback on that.
Feedback, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about my voice. I'm in favor of that because I think people's purposes change over a long period of time, right? And so what seemed like, it was necessary 20 years ago, you got to be able to have the flexibility to rethink at some later point. So I think that's reasonable.
And when Mr. Beard said to me this morning, yeah, it may not be using now, so you want to repurpose it for what you just said, Representative McGuire, but it may be down 10 years from then that the nature of CT has changed and they want to repurpose it back to CT. I think they ought to have that ability to do that. That's a local decision. Representative Damon.
So would it be acceptable to just not take action on the bill this morning? I'll get an amendment drafted to bring at when it's appropriate scheduled.
Any reactions from the committee on that? Representative Popovich.
To be fair, while I haven't spent that kind of time on this, that was kind of the thought I had when I looked at it. It seems that after 20 years of strings attached, the school should have the flexibility to use the space. 20 years is a long time. Things change. I don't want to micromanage and try to guess down the road. So personally, I would be fine with if the space is being vacated and so on until they occupies the space being removed and just leaving it can be repurposed.
Further comment is Representative Luno and then Representative Phillips.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm good with the idea of waiting for an amendment and then taking action on this. But in between those two things, I think it would also be good to get Director Beard's just feedback on the proposed amendment, as well as Steve Rothenberg, who deeply involved in that. I mean,
I've spoken with Representative Beard. I speak often with Steve Rothenberg, but and on this one right here, I think that I want to see some kind of decision made now, as soon as possible, seeing they're looking at March meeting coming up as well. So if they can see this supporting CT and moving something forward, I think that may help them gather the votes that they need to do this.
Sure.
So,
I'm just saying if we don't exec today, if we exec this soon, we'd be able to get the amendment done and be able to get some feedback.
if in fact we get an amendment today and folks like that amendment, why don't we take action on that later today?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay, so that, yes, Representative Roseberry.
Could I ask Representative Damon just to repeat exactly which words she would be deleting in the amendment?
Yeah.
Of course. It is line 7 and 8, and it would be taking out, starting with the word if the space is being vacated to enable expansion of the career and technical education program that occupies the space. So it's the last phrase of that
So it
sentence.
doesn't require a build.
Exactly. You don't have to be expanding CTE to use the space for other purposes that may not be CTE.
Representative Coca, and then, excuse me, Representative Fellows, I had recognized her earlier, Representative Coca. Let's go across there and then back to you.
So I just wanted to confirm, does anybody know exactly what the federal requirements are? Because these are built partly with federal money.
These were not built with federal
They
dollars.
weren't,
No.
just state dollars?
They were built
Oh.
with state appropriated dollars. I
Okay.
asked that question this morning.
Okay, and then in that case, the part that's in here, before, Representative Damon's, proposed amendment, just the way it's written now, I don't understand what the no-cost words mean, what that refers to.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Coca.
That's my question as well. What is, I want clarification for what no cost meant.
Representative Popovich.
I believe it refers to the requirement that if a school has been built with state money and it's no longer used for the purpose, that the school would need to refund the state for all or part of the building aid. That is my understanding of the at no cost language. But again, if we can make a quick phone call to DOE and clarify, that would be great. But that's my understanding of it.
The school building aid is a different topic, but we also have that phrase in there. If you're going to do something with that building within that 20-year period of time, you owe that state building aid back to the state. So we're clarifying it here. We got the same 20-year rule in this. So I don't think that no cost makes any difference if you got the 20 years already in there, or maybe it doesn't do any better to clarify it either. So I'd leave it in it for clarification purposes.
Agree.
Okay, are we all good to say to Representative Damon, go get a amendment on that? Thank you.
I'm willing to co-sponsor.
Okay, okay, so we would have yourself, Representative Damon, and Representative McGuire is co-sponsoring that.
Maguire.
MC.
MC. I had a 50-50 chance.
Okay, great. So we'll hang on to that and get on to the next bill because we have three more. Here we are, okay. Relative to the responsibility of local districts to provide transportation and meals for pupils in kindergarten, that's HB 319. I see there's an amendment for that.
Yeah, I have proposed an amendment.
So
I
let's
can-
have the discussion on this first,
Have
okay?
that. All right.
On the bill itself, does anybody need more clarification what this bill's all about? Okay, do we have anybody making a motion on that? Okay, so what we want to do is have a brief discussion on the amendment, then we're going to break into caucus. No, I'm not taking any motions. Can you please, Representative McGuire?
Yes, very simple. The amendment removes section 2, which is the section about food, but leaves section 1, which was the section about transportation.
Okay, let's have some discussion on that. What he's doing is saying that right now the law states that a district shall provide transportation for K through 8 and may provide transportation to school for grades 9 through 12. This came out of the Umberger report back in 2019. So this would now say that it's for full-time kindergarten, shall provide transportation for full-time kindergarten, and we're talking about a half-time program here, so they would not have to provide transportation. That's how I understand it. Am I correct on that, Representative McGuire?
Yes.
Okay. So, discussion. Not seeing, you're Representative Damon.
Thank you. So you all will not be surprised that I do not support the amendment. I think it's critically important to feed children. It is very manageable for the districts to have the morning and the afternoon kindergarten children overlap and feed them one lunch together. So the late kids came in, the morning kids haven't left yet. It's also good for their connecting and learning from each other and building for their relationships as they go into first grade when they'll be all day together. So I do not think it is valuable to remove the nutrition component.
Representative Spilsbury.
I think removing section 2 leaves the law as it is.
So it's the other way around. So there's no change to food. Only, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yes, Creason, Representative Creason.
Well,
Or Bricky,
I-
excuse me. Did you both have your lights on?
I think I need clarification on what,
Mr. Chairman, could I pass the amendment around? or-
Does everybody have a copy of the amendment?
No.
Okay, can you pass it around, please?
Yeah. Here's, there's that one. Right. What? This one. Okay. Anybody in the audience?
Representative McGuire, can you explain it?
So the main thing is you can see the title has changed, right? So the title now is only about transportation. So the bill is only about transportation. It's no longer has anything to do with food.
Representative,
Your amendment is
deleting
food.
section.
Food is already in law, right? So already in law, they have to provide food.
I think I understand that, but I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
no, I recognize you, Representative.
Okay. Amend the bill by deleting section 2, which is the food.
Section 2 is already the law if you take out those bold words.
Got it.
Yeah, so leave it as it is. So we're only talking about transportation. Okay, Representative Bricky.
So what does it say about food? It says that we're going to feed them no matter what. The only reason I ask is because because right now there are the opposed and the online testimony is 19 opposed and only 3 support. I think that's what it was. But most of them talked about the food. So I think that was, I just want to make sure that the issue of the food is still there. And every single one of the emails that I received about this was really about the food. So we're sure that the food's still there.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes, you're
Okay,
correct.
perfect.
So the current law makes no distinction regarding food between half-day and full.
Okay,
It's just
perfect.
pupil, right?
All right, thank
So we're
you.
leaving that alone.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So getting rid of section 2, looking at just transportation, if we're going with the wording in the bill, just in section 1, am I understanding this correct, that, that for half-day kindergarten students, and so usually I think half-day programs will be a half-day program in the morning and a half-day program in the afternoon, or a full-day program that encompasses both those. But for the half-day kiddos, they'd be able to get a ride in the morning, but no ride home at noon, or the second half-day kiddos would have to take a parent or guardian or friend to drop them off at noontime, and they'd be able to catch a ride home on the bus. But but there would be no transportation solution, both home to school and then school to home for you'd get one half of that, but you wouldn't get the full transportation. That's what the change in
That's
the
what
bill
it says,
would do.
yes.
All right.
Representative Colcom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way I'm reading this is it removes the requirement, but doesn't necessarily say that it's disallowed. So the way I'm interpreting this is that school districts may still contract with a busing company for their half-day students for those rides, but it's not a requirement in law that they shall do it.
That's correct. Representative Popovich.
To be very brief, it increases local control by letting school districts decide whether those programs for half-day kindergartens are needed or not. Some districts may have very few kids and see no point in, running a bus for 3 kids. I'm pretty sure that Windham will continue operating the buses the way they do because we have a lot of kids and it wouldn't make any sense. So really, I don't want to provide a top-down mandate to every school when letting them decide will work just fine.
Yes, Representative Damon.
First, I apologize for my confused remarks on the amendment, which I am fine with the amendment. However, I'm not fine with the basis of the bill in regards to transportation. We live in a state with many, many rural school districts with many, many parents who do not work in the community. They don't have a feasible way to get their kindergarten-age child to afternoon kindergarten without compromising their capacity to be earning a living to support the family because they're not necessarily working in the community. There are many single parent households where it becomes even more complicated to do that. Frankly, the 2 years that my 2 daughters were in kindergarten were the hardest years for maintaining them being where they needed to be, getting to childcare, and 2 hardworking parents trying to be where we were supposed to be for work. I think it's not a very good service for our constituents. The fundamental piece of education is get the kids to the site of education. I don't know why we wouldn't support that.
Does anybody know what the definition of a full day is? Whether I know there's a number of hours you have to have each year, a number of days you have to each year. When I've been a school principal, it's been if you stayed from the morning start till after lunch, that would be a full day. That's why on these snow days, they try to hold them in there as long as they can so they get credit for the full day. Am I right or wrong on that?
I think that's still that.
Okay, so if you have your half-day kindergarten coming in the morning with everybody else and going home after lunch, that's a full-day program, right?
I think so. Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, it's considered by statute a full day or by rule. So if you have a full day, so that would mean that those students may get a breakfast, but if you wanted them there through lunchtime, you couldn't do it if you want to count them as or not provide them transportation. You'd have to get them out of there before the noon lunch. Am I right or wrong? Representative Luno.
So it's a very good question, Mr. Chair, and maybe getting some clarification from the department. Are half-day kindergarten students who, let's say they receive transportation, eat lunch, and then go home immediately after lunch, are they a 0.5 ADM or are they a 1.0?
In the afternoon.
And whether that's considered a half-day program or a full-day program for virtue of the 180 days, or is it, or are they considered a full-day student from the standpoint of ADMR?
Mr. Chair.
It was,
I think
Attorney, do you have anything for us in that? Is it wiser for us to hold on this bill? For, I'm looking over here to my right, Representative Popovich.
I would suggest that for me personally, given that it's a local control thing, I don't see a need to wait, but I will be happy to defer if the majority of the committee
Okay,
would
what
like
we're gonna do
to.
right now, we're gonna break for caucus. We're gonna have a caucus right now and come back in about 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, can
Yeah.
we just put one more piece of information in that?
Yes?
Ms. Wilson is telling us that the full day is 5 hours.
I believe the full day requirement is 5 hours. Is that of instructions, 5 hours?
So that would go from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock right after lunch. You got your instruction. Remember in kindergarten, yeah, well, recess is instruction in the kindergarten letter. Okay, yes. So let's take a quick caucus here. We will discuss and then come back in about 5 minutes. We're gonna caucus in this room right here.
Pete, have you looked up anything relevant or is he paying attention? Have you looked up anything relevant to this bill? Did you look up something relevant to this? Yeah. Okay. So what did you find out?
What did I look up? Are you asking?
Yes.
Read it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm reading. I've got 2 pages here, but they put out a page from the Department of Ed. It says it's 450 hours. They break it down.
Hold on.
Wait.
We
Yeah.
gotta make sure that we're off.
Oh, okay. I can turn this off too.
We've asked the question and the tech guys are listening. They're supposed to do it immediately as well.
So how do we verify?
I always confirm.
Let's go online.
Give the chair a minute.
Should have like a little red light.
That'd be nice. We probably can't afford that version.
Maybe if we make an LED, the electricity will be less.
Can you turn your mic off? We're all back online, and I'd like to recognize Representative McGuire for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move ought to pass with amendment.
No, just ought to pass right now.
Well, we heard,
I need a second on the ought to pass. Representative Popovich, so for our clerk to catch up with us, Representative McGuire made the motion, second by Popovich. Representative McGuire, do you want to discuss your motion?
can I move an amendment or
Yes.
not? Okay. So I'd like to move amendment 0345H.
Is there a second? Representative Popovich seconds it.
So
In a second, when she gets this done.
okay.
You'll just let me know when you're good.
Taking down the amendment number, so I'm good, go for it.
Okay, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is a quite a reasonable request because any children who are in half-day kindergarten necessarily have to have adult supervision for the other half of the day. So that adult supervision should be able to provide transportation. And for some districts, like the one that's requesting this, it's a very large expense with not very much benefit. So it should be up to them what they decide to do.
Representative Popovich, you had the second. Do you have any further discussion? Any further discussion, Representative Fellows?
Yes, I'm fine with removing the second part of section of the bill, but in terms of the first one, I can't support that because what it does is it puts parents in a difficult situation when there's a half-day program. And if a parent, is working and their child needs to go to daycare for half a day, this makes it impossible to guarantee that that child can get to that daycare center. If there's no bus transportation for that daycare center that's within the district, then the parent may well choose to just not send their child to kindergarten at all, and that would be a great loss.
Further discussion? Not seen. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll
Actually, can we do just
on the amendment?
hands on the amendment?
Oh, we can do that too. So all those in support of the amendment, and the amendment number is,
0345H.
okay. Show your hands if you're supportive. Supportive of the amendment. All those opposed? So it's unanimous. Okay, now we have the motion. Would you please make a motion for OTPA, Representative McGuire?
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second, Representative Popovich? Discussion on OTPA? Not, yes, Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So, one of the things I think we've learned in this committee is a lot of us have personal stories to tell, because at some point we were all connected with schools, whether they were public schools or private schools or kids in public schools or on school buses or eating school lunches or everything. Everybody's got a personal story to tell, and as do I. So both our kids went to public schools from first grade through 12th grade, and but they didn't do kindergarten in public school. Why? Because back then Hopkinton only offered half-day programs, and my wife and I needed a full-day solution to kindergarten, and in fact we needed a full-day solution that not only started at between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, but also included an after-school program. And I think we may have gotten penalized $1 a minute if we were late pickup after 6 o'clock. But we were both early in our careers, at that time, and it would have been absolutely impossible for us to drop them off any later or pick them up any earlier than that. But it came at quite a cost for us to do that. And I think back then the tuition was probably, I mean, I don't remember what it was, but we're talking, tens of, a $10,000 chunk for that, but it allowed us to move on with our careers. I just think about how important that opportunity is for young families, and we want them obviously to be able to do the best they can for themselves and for their kids. But if they're not able to pick up their kids or drop off their kids midday, or they're not able to get their kids to an after-school program, because a lot of these buses, the bus now in Hopkinton, when it picks up kids to bring them home, also stops at after-school programs to drop the kids off. But if you're not able to do that, it's and for a lot of people too across the state, transportation's an issue. And personal transportation's an issue. Not everybody has a driver's license. Not everybody has access to a vehicle. And not everybody lives right next to others that they might be able to carpool in a convenient way. But what we have here in New Hampshire is not compulsory attendance for kindergarten. We do have compulsory attendance, I think grades 1 through 12. It's not required for kindergarten. And for parents that are going to find a hardship to get their kids to kindergarten or complete inability to do that, it leaves them with only one option. And I don't think it's a good option for the kid. I don't think students. I don't think it's a good option for families. I don't think it's a good option for the state, because we know when our kids don't go to kindergarten that they enter first grade behind, not ready. So I just can't support what's left of this bill. And unfortunately, I think during the hearing and during comments, everything seemed to be focused on the school meal, the nutrition piece, and not the transportation piece. Had this bill just focused on eliminating midday transportation or incomplete transportation for half-day kindergarten kids, I don't think this bill would be going anywhere.
Further discussion? Representative Popovich.
I just want to briefly say on the record, especially for the watchers that may be confused, that this bill does not prohibit that transportation from being provided. Schools that feel the need for it will continue to do it because it is allowed. It merely removes a mandate, which is a burden to the districts that do not need that transportation. Thank you.
And I will just add a last comment in here, that the current law says no transportation has to be provided if they're within 2 miles of the school. But most districts do provide transportation because they're concerned for the health, the safety, and the security of kids. And so this is a local decision, and I believe that a local school board will make the right decision to do the transportation. One last comment. Who wants to make that last comment on your side?
Hope's good.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Bricky. Providing transportation midday for kindergarten children is cost effective of our society, because kids who have kindergarten need less services when they enter first grade. So for all the reasons stated, working parents, health and safety of children, very valid. But truly, this is an economic benefit to our school systems. It's not a huge sum of money. Leaving it to local control is defaulting to the haves and the have-nots again. The communities that have resources will continue to provide transportation, and those who are very compromised in their local school funding may well not. I cannot support this bill.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll when you're ready? The motion is on HB 319 as amended with amendment 0345H to pass the bill OTPA.
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Cobalt,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovich,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples. Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows.
No,
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Bricky,
no,
Representative Chrétien,
no,
Representative Weinstein,
no,
10 yeas,
Wait a
18.
minute, wait a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Chairman Ladd,
yes.
10 yeas and 8 nays.
Okay, the next bill which we're going to do is HB.
Will there be a minority motion?
Oh,
Yeah, we'll be,
oh yeah, there minority,
We'll be doing
and of
that.
course it's regular calendar. And yeah, thank you. HB 747, establishing a program for enrichment scholarships for gifted students and making an appropriation therefore. I'm going to hand the gavel over
Who's
to
going to write the minority report on that last bill?
Representative Damon.
Representative Damon was writing that
Thank
report. Yeah, that's what she said. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Spilsbury to, so I can make a motion.
Okay, I'm opening the executive session on HB 747 and recognize Representative Ladd to make a motion.
I make a motion, ITL.
ITL's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Representative Luno. Discussion?
Yeah, very, very briefly, when I'm looking at that fiscal note where we're talking 1.19 million FY 26 and another million in 27. We've looked at gifted talented bills before, and this is coming very inexpensively for gifted talented bills. So usually it's up closer to $3 to $7 million. I don't believe this is the year which, even though I've always presented legislation in this area of education, and I think it's important, that this is not the year to be expanding a program such as this when we're looking at trying to maintain what we currently are doing.
Any further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take the roll.
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Cobalt,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Popovic,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples. Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Burton,
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
yes,
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Bricky,
yes,
Representative Chrétien,
yes,
Representative Weinstein,
yes,
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
18 yea, no, 0 nays.
The vote being 18-0, the motion of ITL on HB 747 carries.
It's over $1 million, so it's got to go on the regular calendar.
Okay, regular count.
It's IT.
Oh, ITL.
ITL?
Yeah, we don't have to because it is ITL.
Very good. Is there any objection to putting the bill on the consent calendar? Okay, we'll go on consent.
And lastly, we have HB 750 relative to making incentive grants for school districts that improve in certain assessment scores. I recognize Representative Peoples for a motion.
Chairman Land, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to ITL this bill.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Damon makes a second on 750. Representative Peoples, if you'd like to speak to your motion?
With the current state of the budget and the shortfalls that we're looking at, I don't think this is a great year to start this program. Maybe sometime in the future, but right now isn't the time.
Representative Damon?
I think that's fine.
Not hearing any other discussion. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, would you please call the roll on 750
ITL.
ITL?
Vice Chairman Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Burf,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Representative Pavlovich,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Blunow.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Burton.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Bricky.
Yes.
Representative Chrétien.
Yes.
Representative Weinstein.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
Any problems with putting it on consent? Not seeing any, we'll put it on consent. And that closes our executive session for today. What we're going to do is take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and start the work sessions, or the hearing. The hearing, excuse me. They're following.
So do you want to clarify that? I have.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah. Going to go ahead now with the couple hearings which we have scheduled for the latter part of the morning here. HB 739 is the one up right now. This is relative to excess funds paid to municipalities for the use of school districts. And I'd like to welcome Representative Spilsbury to the Education Funding Committee.
Well, it's familiar territory, isn't it? Thank you. So HB 739 deals with the SWEP tax and the situation of those communities that collect more than they would be entitled to receive in adequacy funding, the so-called donor towns in the parlance that was used before 2011. What the bill does is it reinstates three provisions of law that were repealed in 2011. So as everybody, I believe, knows, prior to 2011, if a community realized so-called excess SWEP, it remitted it to the DRA. And so the principal provision here is 3 Roman numeral 2, and the language added in lines 26 to 29 simply states that if there is an excess statewide education property tax payment due, then it has to be remitted to the DRA. Again, this reinstates language that was previously in the law. On page 2, it further stipulates that any such funds that are remitted to the state treasurer would be deposited in the education trust fund. And the third provision is in lines on page 1, lines 19 and 20, basically says that figure is then netted out when determining the amount of the education tax warrant. So those are the mechanics of it. The purpose of the bill was to put before the legislature the most simple, streamlined, surgical way of dealing with the problem. And it's a problem that's been discussed in the legislature repeatedly. And of course, we have a ruling of Judge Ruoff in the Superior Court that the retention of excess SWEP is unconstitutional because when it's all netted out, it creates inconsistent tax rates across the state. You could be a betting man and you could take bets on what the the New Hampshire Supreme Court's going to do. We could also wait to find out what they do, but I feel very confident that on this particular part of Judge Ruoff's rulings, they're going to affirm, and the legislature is going to have to do something about it. I just add a little bit of my own perspective. I think that this problem basically is a dilemma. It stems from the fact that we've chosen to provide state aid, under the adequacy formula, in part funded by the SWEP, which further assesses property tax. And when we do that, we're going to do either one of two things. We're either going to allow the towns that collect more to keep it, in which case I don't even understand, why have a state tax on property that doesn't redistribute anything. You might as well just leave it to the districts and communities to have a higher local ed tax. But the liability is, if we're going to have a SWEP tax, then it does have to be constitutional. We have other bills in front of us that rearrange SWEP in a variety of ways, more than doubling it. And there are other bills that also, in one fashion or another, address this problem. So I'm not a fan of SWEP. I'm very sympathetic to the so-called donor towns. But the bottom line is, if the SWEP tax stays in law, then it needs to be made constitutional. And this is the very least that we should do if we don't address it in some other bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Spilsbury? Representative Popovich and then Representative Luna.
Not as much a question as much as a thank you for bringing a very clean bill so that the committee has a potential tool in the toolbox if that's the way we need to go. I appreciate it.
Representative Luno?
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you Representative Spilsbury for bringing this forward. I agree, it is a very clean bill, and I agree with your statements with respect to how this, if we're going to have a state property tax, that it should behave like a state behave like a state tax. But my question here is as we go back towards a situation where, or condition where excess swept is remitted, so you net out your cost of inadequate education. School districts receive essentially two, I guess they receive an estimate for the cost of inadequate education by, I think, November 15th of the year prior to the next school year.
Correct,
They receive an estimate of the cost of adequate education. And then later in the spring, that gets updated based on complete ADMR information, plus all the differentiated aid categories. How does the timing of that work with the remitting of or with the calculation of what's excess swept and the remitting of excess swept? And if it's not the same as what the actual cost of inadequate education was, as in that, that final calculation by the department, how would that get reconciled?
So it's a very good question, and I know that Bruce Canura is here from the DRA and has a pink card in. I have listened to him give that explanation previously, and I don't want to garble his words. So
That would be great.
please
Thank you
re-ask.
very much, Representative.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so the next person is the other pink card, Bruce Canur. You're welcome to take the chair and maybe answer the question that Representative Luno just asked to Representative Spilsbury.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bruce Canur. I'm the supervisor of the Municipal Bureau at the Department of Revenue. The timing question that just occurred. As written, this bill, if signed into law, would take effect July 1 of this year, which means that we would be calculating and preparing the swept warrants for use as of April 1st, 2026, this fall. And in order to comply with this bill's provisions, we would need to know from education their calculation of the adequacy aid for a district, or what would be effectively for that municipality, so that our warrant would then include the language which had been years ago on the warrants, identifying the amount of the excess swept tax involved in the total of the warrant. So that calculation would need to be done by the laws regulating swept. DRA has until December 15th of 2025 to have those warrants ready and forwarded. We have worked with a earlier deadline under the current law so that the swept amounts were known in advance so that education could utilize those amounts in their construction of adequacy. I imagine that we would have to work together on the timing such that at first blush, I would say Department of Revenue would calculate the total, and then once education has come up with that estimate, we would then take that and use it to create the warrants, having identified the excess amount. This approach was used, so we have sort of a historical model on how to do it. And right now, I think we would just work with education, should this bill become law, to make sure that the timing and the sequence of events are laid out before we do it.
So Bruce, in looking at where we are in terms of trying to look at our total foundation formula here, and we are getting some numbers right now from DOE regarding excess SWEP. They're projecting for FY26 of the amount of $28,641,257. Are those good figures we should be working around right now? Are we in the ballpark with the amount that they're projecting for the excess SWEP?
Those numbers must have utilized the swept warrants that are ready for this year.
FY25.
Right.
Yes.
So I have no reason to say they aren't. Maybe education would want to weigh in on that.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions for, yes, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. The fiscal note says that the cost of this bill is $300,000 for your computer. Can you explain why there's so much cost here?
Only in a very general way, Representative, because the RIM system is not a system that the Municipal Bureau actually utilizes, because municipal doesn't deal in actual revenue. So we're not a part of it. So that estimate was developed by DRA's administration, knowing that I think the RIM system would have to, would require some alterations, because a new revenue stream is being proposed in this bill to come to Department of Revenue here in Concord. And that's all I can really say. We'd have to get somebody else probably to identify why the 300,000 is that level.
Further questions?
Follow-up?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. So I'm following a similar bill, somewhat similar bill, House Bill 669, which will have a hearing at Ways and Means tomorrow. And it does something like this, but in a different way. It simply says to all the municipalities, send in the check, right? And don't subtract the grant. Mm-hmm. And is that approach have less cost, or is it roughly the same?
I'm not sure. I would imagine that if the other bill, and I think I'll probably see you there, that other bill would require the RIM system to be adjusted as well. So chances are, yeah.
Further question, Representative Leno? Representative Ames?
I see that you note that excess SWEP is not defined in your, this is the quick note. And my question really is that a problem or not? Are you just noting it and you say, well, we understand it anyway? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I mean, I think the history is helping us understand what the intent is here.
Further questions? Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you the person who told us a week or so ago about when the SWEP was for a short period of time was collected? Are you the person that told us about that? The time
Yeah.
frame? Yeah.
I'd
So,
have to check the tape, but I think so.
yeah. So do you remember what that was? It was it something like 2003? It might have been the last year.
I looked this morning to confirm my thoughts. 2004,
Okay.
Our records show the use of an excess swept. 2005, I used the same community to test it, and it's gone from the calculations. So 2004 would have been the last.
So that's my, that's what I think it is too. And a different figure keeps getting repeated for when was the last time we collected the SWEP. And my question is, this might be more for education than you, but there are changes made to the adequate distribution
Right.
after when the warrant amounts have been set. And after the preliminary estimates of adequacy have been set. And I'm thinking that DRA is not going to have enough time to know what the excess is. The excess is going to change. Every time you take one student out of the adequacy aid distribution, and it could change what the excess is. Depends where if it's in one of those towns. And I'm wondering if you think that DRA can keep up with those changes to know how much needs to be collected. And also, isn't it fairly complicated to say the amount of money that's collected, because that's different than the warrant amount, because we know that not everybody pays their taxes.
If I understood your question is whether we could reissue warrants due to changes.
That's right.
I don't know the answer to that. So it's a question I will try and get an answer to.
I'm sorry.
With our adequacy,
Yeah, I put too many questions together.
there's a lot in there, and when we unpack some of that, that's collected, several times during, it's not whenever there's a change of a enrollment in your school. How this thing works.
It's state property, the state, some towns bill biannually and some bill 4 times a year, and you're not going to know what the excess is, and you're going to have to keep changing those amounts, maybe. And plus, not everybody pays their property tax.
Yeah.
So,
Representative Fellows, you've created like 3-dimensional chess here in terms of what's going on. In terms of changes to adequacy, I have seen, and this is legislative, and I think it's probably in the budget bill. If something changes, then the districts have that opportunity to hold a meeting and appropriate or consider a change based on the legislature changing an amount in midstream. As for the impacts of, I haven't seen that in terms of adequacy payments being different based on changes in real life student enrollment and so forth, affecting the warrants that will have been issued. Right. Well, the warrants under this bill would carry an amount of excess, if there was one, identified on the warrant. Okay. And that number right now, to me, stands. As to whether or not the warrants would have to be reissued because somehow the excess amount has changed, that's the question I have to find out, if that's something we've ever done, if we could do it. So I will try to get an answer back to the committee on that question. On the collection portion, I don't speak to in terms of.
Boy, the goalposts keep moving, you never can get them. I do have one question for you. When the municipalities asked to remit this money back to the state,
Yes.
is there any processing fee that the municipality would charge for remitting this, calculating it and processing it back to the state?
The bill doesn't address any fee, and I would imagine municipalities would have to determine whether they have the authority to charge one on a state tax, which I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
I know there have been other bills, I think last session, there was one that addressed that question,
Yes.
but this bill does not. So I don't know definitively whether or not there could be, but this bill doesn't mention it.
That answers it, Bruce. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much. And I think it's to the chair, because I was just sort of looking at the dates that are contained in the bill and what you've been talking about, Mr. Knauer, and I've got down here sort of November 15th is when the Department of Education prepares their preliminary cost of inadequate education.
Right.
So that would be used in the calculation you're talking about. 12/15, which is when you issue the swept warrant.
Deadline.
Deadline, right, for swept warrants, including the calculation of excess swept. But it would appear, that would appear to be a preliminary calculation at the time. And then, and I know Ms. Davis is here from the department, might be able to fill in when the final, firmed up cost of inadequate education is defined, probably sometime between December and March, and then you've got March 15th, which is when the municipalities have to deposit the excess to the state treasury.
A year out. Again, if I might.
So this isn't all in the same 6-month window. This is.
Yeah. I'll describe first the way it exists currently.
Okay.
While the two laws would appear to be in sort of tension. In other words, education needs a swept amount currently to help identify adequacy aid. There's a relationship. It was only a few years ago we realized that the state law for the swept, the deadline, is after the time when education's trying to prepare something. So at DRA, we said, well, we can do the calculations and produce the swept warrants. And we've aimed for the last few years for toward the end of September. We have until December 15th, but we do them in September and distribute them so that the swept dollar amounts are available to education in plenty of time for them to work on that initial adequacy aid calculation. In the proposed bill, it would appear to me that we'll still go first at DRA. We're going to calculate the swept dollars in the same methodology as we do and provide education with them so they can turn around and do the adequacy aid calculations, determine if there's an excess between what the swept amount is, what the adequacy initial estimate is, so that we then would be able to produce the warrants, which will now have the two numbers. We already know the first one, but we can't figure out what an excess is. Education would, they'd have to tell us. So I'm thinking the timing is going to be very similar. We're going to do it early, hand those numbers off, but we're not going to produce the warrants as early as September. We're simply going to do the calculations, which we can do usually starting around June 1st under the current arrangement. Now, under this law, let's assume for a second there's no changes as Representative Fellows was describing. We go through that sequence, the warrants are issued. Those warrants would be for April 1st, 2026, and would be part of the tax rate setting in the fall of 2026. If there's an excess to be collected and identified in the warrant, it would be due in this law by March 15th of 2027.
That's in the second to last paragraph on this sheet. Further questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I don't have any other pink cards on it. Obviously, this is going to join all the other bills, and we're going to have a wonderful discussion on that. later. Pardon me? Yeah. So what we're going to do is close this hearing, seeing I don't have any further pink cards on 739. And we're going to move into the last one for the day, which is 729, making appropriation to the Department of Education for an attorney to recodify the education laws. Thank you very much. And we have 2 cards here. All righty, so Representative Hill, you're up, and Caitlin Davis, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill, current chairman of Legislative Administration. I represent the town of Northfield, Merrimack 2. Real simple bill, I'm hoping. We've had this bill in the past. It has been passed through the House and then was referred to the to Division 2 of Finance. They retained it. I'm not sure really how far they went in that process. Perhaps Ms. Davis from DOE can fill you in on that part of the process. That bill, I think, requested 80,000. I think at some point it's been bumped up now to 100,000 to recodify or begin the process of recodification of our education statutes. No one beyond Chairman Ladd can tell us how just how big a problem this is. We've all experienced, those of us that have been here for any length of time, have experienced the problems within the education statutes and duplication and contradiction in some cases. It's certainly something we need to do, and we've been kicking this can down the road for quite some time. So with that, I will end my testimony. I'm not sure if there's any real need for questions. I think those would be best handled by Ms. Davis of DOE. But I will attempt or deflect.
Is anybody
I know you're
going
very good
to
at
take up
asking
on this?
questions on this committee.
I don't see any hands,
Thank you.
so thank you very much. And Caitlin Davis from DOE?
Good morning, Caitlin
Good
Davis
morning.
from the Department of Education. So this bill really started when Representative Hill was at the Department of Education for a public school infrastructure meeting of all things. And we were trying to look up several things and I think we were trying to determine certain definitions of who might be eligible for public school infrastructure funds. And we were trying to use various definitions and saying, well, this conflicts with this conflicts. And so we were saying it would be really helpful if we could have a recodification of education laws. The laws in this book, some of them have been on record for over 100 years, and that means many of them are outdated or don't necessarily make sense, or when they were written, obviously the processes that we have in place now could have never even been conceived in people's minds, especially with technology that we have. And so we really envision a recodification of the law to really just go through and find different areas that need to be clarified, different areas that conflict, different areas that need to potentially be updated. There are areas of law that still require, say, a paper report to be submitted to the Department of Education, which doesn't necessarily make any sense for why we're having people use paper now. There are other areas where it's easy for the Department of Education and the Department of Revenue, for example, to share data and information now, but it requires a school district to submit something both to the Department of Education and Department of Revenue. And we want to make sure that we're using the best systems in place and, best use of people's times. There was actually one that Bruce and I were talking to this morning about on email. We found an area where something has to be submitted to both the DOE and the Department of Revenue. And we said, well, do they submit to you separately? And we were trying to figure out why does this need to be done? There's a lot of places in law that unfortunately conflict, or maybe terms have changed over the years, and so we're using older terminology that doesn't necessarily tie to the practices that we have today. A simple one that I can think of is, if I say the word if I say the word private school, most of you know what I'm talking about. And the word private school does appear in law. I actually think it's in a bill that's on the docket this week for, I don't know if it's the policy committee or this committee, but it talks about something that private schools have to do. Well, we actually don't technically have private schools in the state of New Hampshire. We have non-public schools. That's the terminology that we use. And so clarifying that would be very helpful. Another really good example, if you remember a couple weeks ago when Attorney Fenton she did a presentation for the policy committee, but one of the things that she mentioned is charter schools. When you're writing a law, you have to write into the law that you want a charter school to do something, otherwise they're exempt relative to a law in RSA 194B. That's a great example because there's a lot of laws on the books that have been on the books historically that say all schools have to do this. But then with that, reading that with the other law that says charter schools are exempt unless it specifically says charter schools, people think that charter schools are doing whatever that requirement is, but it's not, because that all schools was on the books since the 1970s. Charter schools were, the legislation enabling them was written in the 1990s. So there's a lot of examples like that. I mean, another example I just looked up real quick, RSA 193 says the Department of Education may collect student addresses for the purposes of assessment reasons. And then RSA 189-68 says the Department of Education shall not collect addresses. And so really, this is a collection of laws that has been written by a large number of individuals through a long period of time that really needs to be gone through in a thoughtful manner, rewritten, recodified, we're not talking about changing the laws. We're not talking about saying, really making political decisions. We're really just saying these are technical corrections alone. And the department has started this process piece by piece. We are working on one right now, a proposal around the charter school laws to try to update those. I know Representative Fellows has sponsored bills over the last couple of years for the department just to change different reporting requirements and whatnot. So we've been trying to do it piece by piece, but it makes sense to have a larger whole project done to do this. Relative to what Representative Hill talked about as far as the process, so this bill was passed out of regular education about 3 years ago. It was included, it went over to finance. Finance had come up with a proposal, which we felt was a really good proposal, Division 2 as part of the budget process, which was, because there's concern with the funding, if that's enough, which was have the Department of Education do an RFP to have this work done and then come to fiscal committee with that proposal, and fiscal could have the authority to fund it or not to fund it. In our recollection of finance, and Representative Murray, she just said to me, didn't we pass this out of finance? Everybody remembers it being passed out of finance, but it didn't end up in the HB2 proposal that left the House over to the Senate. So we don't really know what happened to that proposal. Then last year, outside of the budget cycle, the Senate did take this up as a bill at its own because it had been retained by education initially. And the Senate proposal that they put together was a little complex, and the House did not end up concurring with the Senate's proposal, which included a fair number of committees and whatnot, which I don't believe really needed to be done in the preliminary work. Now, maybe at the end result of the work and, what ends up in the law committee could be helpful, but not in the initial phase. I think the only other thing that, just so I don't upset my counterparts and state employees, OLS has a heavy hand in this and wants to be included in this process. So I do think that we could suggest that the Department of Education does an RFP in collaboration with OLS to ensure that they think the right resources are assigned to doing the initial work. And I know OLS obviously wants to be very involved in what the end product is. And they said, it's going to take quite a bit of staff time to actually write it and reformat it and do all of that work once we have the product. And they wanted to make sure that, that was part of the conversation. But I think that's really phase 2. Phase 1 is just really getting the RFP and the initial proposal and all of the areas identified that need to be addressed. So.
Thank you very much. It's a real needed bill, let me tell you. Between calling it curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular.
Exactly.
Pupil versus student. It's so much confusion in these statutes. They need to be cleaned up. Hopefully, we can get that going. Questions, Representative Luno, then Representative McGuire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Davis, for bringing, for being here and talking about this. A lot of the things you talked about seem to suggest that maybe different language might be necessary, like if we want to do an RFP to have joint fiscal essentially be the appropriating body.
Yes.
For this. I also wanted to maybe poke on line 14 of the bill, which talks about the work should be completed by September 30th,
Yeah,
2025. That's
I
right
think
around the
that's-
corner.
I think that's the original bill from 2 years ago
Okay.
when Representative Hill wrote it the first time, and I think they just carry forward that
Okay,
date. But
so
yes.
maybe that's a
Yes.
2027 type of?
I think so.
Okay.
So Representative Hill reached out to me over the summer. He said, "I was thinking about putting this bill back in. Are you supportive?" And I said, "Absolutely." But I did say, I think we'll probably talk about the process and how it. And he said, "Yeah, that's perfectly fine." So.
Okay, great, thank you.
This is another note. This has been proposed by attorneys at OLS for years. And we have several recently retired attorneys over by the name of Anthony and Jeff, I won't give their last names, which have really wanted to see something happen here because every one of us comes in there with these ideas and we try to throw them in a law, not recognizing there's something that counters it over here. And we have a huge book that's now full of conflicts.
I usually start this testimony by dropping the book on the table. It makes a really good prop for this, but wasn't into that today. But
So Representative McGuire, then Representative Popovich or Spilsbury, one of the other.
Do you have an sorry? Do you have an estimate for how much thinner that book will be after this?
I'm sure you would go ahead and make it pretty thick right again. So, but
Follow up.
Yeah.
How much attorney time does $100,000 buy?
So,
It
well,
doesn't seem like enough.
that's
to me.
that's exactly the conversation that was had last time. And so when Representative Hill initially proposed the bill, he literally just spitballed a number, like $100,000 round number, and that's why we said it's probably not enough appropriation. That's why, and that's with the conversation we had with the Division 2 was, how about the Department of Education put out an RFP for this, because there's companies that are out there that do this work, but who knows, a proposal this large, and that's why they wanted us to come to fiscal with the RFP to request the. So basically, if we modified the bill or amend the bill to allow the Department of Education or require the Department of Education to develop the RFP in consultation with OLS, and then gave the fiscal committee the authority to appropriate funds to an RFP that, obviously would be a decision of fiscal, but we would come to it with a request and you would appropriate the funds for that work. If you then chose to appropriate the funds, we would then go to governor and council to finalize the contract.
Just one more, please. Thank you. Is there a self-contained section that we could say get rewritten and then have experience in redrafting that section and then could estimate the rest of the job?
So I think the challenge with that is that the sections all bleed into each other so much. It's really challenging. The charter schools is a great example. So the charter school law really, really needs to be rewritten because there was local charter schools, and rather than, writing a separate section of local and state, it was all kind of written on top of each other, which was written on open enrollment schools, which is a conversation you all have been having as well. And so we've been doing that kind of when we have time in the office, saying like, oh, here's this, but then, oh, well, there's also a charter school requirement in building aid. There's also a charter school requirement over here. And so it's challenging. I mean, you're going to see piecemeal proposals from the department over the year because it's something that we are trying to do as we can get to them, but not really.
Representative Representative Spilsbury? Him first. He's just waved off. No, I'll go next. Pardon me? I'll go next. Okay. And then Representative Fellows?
Thank you. Who?
I thought he was waving off.
Yes,
Oh, then,
my question was basically Mr. McGuire.
okay, then I would like to. Go ahead.
So when laws are enacted and there's an enrollment process, and then ultimately there's codification, which rearranges them. But where we're trying to recodify an entire volume of laws, there will be undoubtedly many, many changes to the statutory language that would be required. So ultimately, this has to come back to the
Of course.
legislature and be enacted.
Yeah, no, the department can't make laws as much as we
Right.
would like to.
Okay, so the concept, of course, is not to change the thrust or intent of any of the laws, but to simply reconstruct them so that they're clear and consistent.
Absolutely. And so the end result of that would ultimately be, and this would be, so the department would do its work, we would have a proposal, we would work with the OLS to, and that's why they said they might need additional resources to completely recodify it in their style. And then we would come back probably to the chair of House Education to say, will you sponsor this bill? And we absolutely anticipate probably 1,000-page bill to recodify the entire thing. It will be giant, but it will probably, to my knowledge, is the first of this kind at the the state of New Hampshire. Other agencies have certainly talked about needing to have similar processes done. So we could the state could cut its teeth with the department's proposal, but we'll find out.
Thank you. You've confirmed what I imagined.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I know this has been an issue and something people have wanted for more than a decade. So I'm just concerned that $100,000 doesn't get you very far. And I'm wondering if you have an idea about what could be the first step or one part that we could actually see results from, so that we don't just get an RFP that just writes the next RFP for what needs to be done.
So, I think ultimately we just do an RFP for the full amount and we really see what those proposals look like until we have the end results might be that of an RFP that nobody thinks is a proposal worth going forward. But I think we need to do that. We need to get that information out there and see what that's going to look like. And then have the department work with the legislature to see if that's the steps you want to follow. If not, then we need to have probably a conversation of, is there an additional staff attorney, a temporary full-time position at OLS that could potentially be doing this work, or what does this actually look like? But I concur with you that $100,000 is not very much, and we would not get very much probably for a $100,000 proposal. But we have to start somewhere, and that's why we really suggested let's do an RFP, see what the total dollar amount is. We won't put a $100,000 price limit on the RFP. We will come to fiscal and say, please appropriate additional money. So you could take out the appropriation entirely in an amendment of this bill and just say, do an RFP, bring that RFP to fiscal, and let's see what that looks like. And we could, you could, if you want to, in an amendment, suggest the department have the RFP use some sort of a phased approach, we could certainly do that. My concern with a phased approach, though, is what I said to Representative McGuire is that because it's so intertwined, if you said just look at another great example are the data system inventories. I can tell you at least 4 sections in law. Every time somebody says, "Oh, can you do this with data?" I have to look here, 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 and here, and that's not even all of the places where it says that. So I would be really concerned with if you just did a small section of law that you'd be missing some pretty critical pieces that are spread in another section of law.
So what I'm thinking is that could be an example of how you start with, just like a smaller project, which even that might, the example to look at the charter schools and propose something for what to do with those in the data collection, or, just like 2 pieces, and that you might be able to straighten out that part of it, because to do the whole thing is going to take multiple people, multiple years. So.
But we got to understand that they're all linked. I can look at the military compacts, which we have, and talking about special education, and they're all interlinked. And if we're going to do it, it's got to be done. We can't do this piecemeal. So it's going to cost some bucks. Representative Damon, then Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for helping us with this. So 2 things. You gave some very helpful examples of why we would need to do this and spoke about technical corrections, but also about the potential for a 1,000-page bill of statutory changes. And it seems to me from some of the examples that are cited and just logic, that given that there's contradiction in the statutes, like your example of addresses, student addresses being collected or not, that it's definitely not just working towards technical changes. There must be many, would it be correct that there are many changes, not just technical?
So we need somebody to come up with a proposal to identify conflicts that might actually, and you're right, that's a political change. Like, do you want the department to have addresses or not? Well, if I just look at the assessment law and I don't look full picture, I can go ahead and go collect them because I would say I'm following the law. And my assessment team, who really just concentrates on the assessment law, might think that they have the authority to do addresses. But you are right that there are going to be decisions that need to be made as part of the ultimate bill because of the areas that conflict. Yes.
Yes. Well, yes.
Thank you. Are there other states that have taken on such a substantial recodification? And if so, can we learn from their experience?
So I'm not aware of that, but I haven't done any research into that as well. I do think that OLS had some information. OLS, I was actually expecting them to be here today because they have a lot of thoughts and opinions on this as well. But I think OLS has talked about other states doing it or maybe knowing people that have done it. There's definitely companies out there that do it. If you Google it real quick, you can find companies. So it's clearly a service that's needed. And I'm guessing, they could tell you what states they've worked with. I don't know if it's education specific. The federal government does it fairly not frequently, but for example, they rewrote No Child Left Behind into the Every Student Succeeds Act. And that was essentially just a recodification. There were obviously many changes that were made too, but that was a base law that was kind of started and worked on. So it's definitely something that, in our attorneys at the Department of Education, if we had more of them, they could probably do that too. If, Liz Brown and Diane Fenton both work on these all of the time, but they do not have the capacity to do that. So if we had a full-time attorney at the department that focus on that, I mean, there's a variety of different ways of getting this done. But really what I think we need to do is all accept that this is not great the way it is right now, and we cannot continue to move forward because we're just continuing to build on a foundation that is really weak. And we've got to draw a line in the sand and say, we're going to make these improvements going forward.
Representative Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Having been out of the legislature for 6 years, I was really impressed when an AI reviewed thousands of pages of testimony and came up with a simplified model. Instead of making robocalls to everybody, is it possible that an AI could take this on?
So
objectively go through the thing and then spit out where the...
Yeah, I mean, I think that AI is definitely a tool that could be used here, but it needs to be guided by somebody, and the department still doesn't have the staff and capacity to guide that. So a proposal from a vendor certainly could start off with using AI to do a lot of this work, and that's a great tool that's been developed even in the 3 to 4 years that I've been after this that wasn't available 4 years ago. But
Representative Cocom and then Representative Ames, did you have your hand up? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned before, and this has been something I've been a little bit curious about. You brought up we no longer use private schools, we use non-public schools. And I've noticed of recent, we changed superintendent to be senior education official. So I'm curious, are we changing those through the law? Is that what's happening to these changes? Did we change the superintendent's title to be senior education official through law, and that's what's creating the conflict that you're finding here?
So the non-public schools are absolutely, that's in law, that we use the term non-public schools in law. Relative to the superintendent title and the senior education official, I believe that's in rule, but I mean, rule is also a type of law that's passed through DELCAR, but a state board of education rule.
Oh,
yes.
So with that example, is that creating a conflict? Because I think we can have some school districts with a superintendent and some without, right? So should we not be identifying that as we're talking about our?
So, well, right now we're not talking about the rules. So in theory, you have the laws which, authorize the Department of Education or whomever to do something. And then you have the rules that provide further definition and clarity to the law. That's the way the rules should work. And so if a law says, all non-public schools shall do this, and then the Department of Education were to have a rule that then said a non-public school is defined as a private school of this and this, you could have kind of those definitions at work. The rules, the State Board of Education rules would absolutely need to be updated after this is recodified as well. So that's step 2. But step 1 is really making sure that the laws themselves make sense. And so you're correct. So there's sections in law that are confusing because there's sections that say a superintendent shall do this, and then there's other sections that say a superintendent or the designee shall do this, and then we have the other section of law that talks about superintendent services. And is it clear that somebody can use superintendent services for something when it says specifically a superintendent? Those are all great examples of the things that we struggle with on a very regular basis when trying to, ensure that our constituents have answers to what they're required to do.
Thank you. Last follow. Thank you. Because that has been my concern. When I saw that new title come in, I couldn't find anywhere in law where a senior education official is in our law. So I was concerned about why we went with that title at the Department of Education when we specifically have superintendent in our law.
So, and I think the question on that with the senior education official is more a question. So I'm on the rule side of things. I need to actually go back and read where it says that in the rule. But I think we also need to understand when the Department of Education is trying to define who can do what as far as system work. So is it only a superintendent that can certify this report? And what happens if a school district doesn't have a superintendent at the time? So a great example of this is on July 7th-ish every year, schools have to certify a large amount of data to the Department of Education that is used for calculating adequate education grants and everything else. When we do that, there have been times, and there's probably a few every year, where there is not a superintendent employed by the school district at that time. And so who has the authority to do that? Is it the school board person or chair, or is it an assistant superintendent if they have assistant superintendent? And so, kind of using some of that same terminology has been helpful to the department. And we're kind of working on how that impacts our reporting and our systems.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. I have no doubt that this is a needed project, and I also have no doubt that it's extremely complicated and will take time to identify, quote, duplicative statutes and need for consolidations. A concern I have is that you've mentioned OLS on several occasions as needing to be involved, wanting to be involved, but there's no mention of OLS in the bill.
So I think, so this is the original bill that Representative Hill put in a couple years ago that initially caused some concerns and some alarms for OLS, and that's why I'm making a point to bring them up, because we are saying we want to work collaboratively with them, and OLS, I think's initial concern when they saw this bill was they thought the Department of Education wanted to do this on an island and not concern them. And so when, I went and actually met with Terry Paff and a representative from OLS and said, no, we want to do this in collaboration. And we've had those conversations then. So what you have in front of you absolutely needs an amendment. And you probably needs to change that $100,000. It needs to add, if you guys want the fiscal requirement, it needs to put that in there. It can say the Department of Education will do an RFP in collaboration with OLS. All of that is information that could be added in here. We need an amendment to this. This is the starting ground, and hopefully we can get to something that we can actually get past and start to implement. So I'm not sitting here in 2 years or 4 years or 8 years having the same conversation.
I follow.
Yes.
That's good. And I would just underscore that it's not just duplications and contradictions and consolidations. It's recommendations for proposed legislation responding to that material, which is where policy questions and judgments creep in. And I would particularly want to see not just the Commissioner of the Department of Education receiving and acting on that, but also OLS,
Yeah,
perhaps something else.
I
don't
agree with
know.
you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's definitely part of that's going to come out of this is the policy side of things. So
Okay.
Just to close this thing up, this whole idea when I started hearing this years ago was coming from OLS. They're the ones, and now what we've lost is the history over there when it comes to education. Now we have new folks there. When I used to walk in with stuff and I was talking to Anthony, he knew where everything was. And he knew this is a conflict. What are you, nuts? He say to me, you're putting it in the wrong place. You're looking for the duties of the board. You can find the duties of the board all over the place in there. So it's hard for the public to find out where things are located as well. We need to do this, but you're right, this is going to have to be rewritten, dealing with, we're going to put this thing out and trying to figure out how much money it's going to cost. We need to look at the OLS involved in very much in this. I would suggest that we work hard on an amendment and then move it forward. Because every moment we're losing your time, we're losing the history. And we've had people leave OLS saying, boy, I'd love to have a shot at correcting this. But, they're too now getting engaged in other stuff and we're losing that expertise. We need it. So thank you very much for, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so since we are, based on what you were just saying, we'll look to do an amendment on this bill. How do you want to proceed in terms of discussing what could go into that amendment? Do you want to do a work group or a subcommittee on this?
Well, maybe let me put it to the department right here too. Caitlin, you've just been given a pretty good overview of what's right and what's wrong with this. Is it possible before we put a subcommittee together that a boilerplate proposal could be put together, bring it back to us, and then that gives the subcommittee a place to start working rather than our having to explore all this again. You deal with this daily. Like superintendents, you can find where you have a single superintendent in district. It might be a guy with a master's program with expertise, a master's program that's related to school finance and those issues that are required. They don't have to necessarily be a superintendent. That's in law already. So it's complicated. So can you do a boilerplate for us of what you've discussed today? The
just
process,
for the amendment.
just the amendment,
okay.
the process for getting this moving.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it would be like a framework.
Yeah, a guideline for us to start working, a framework. That's a good idea, yeah. And so then we get that and we'll come back and look at that, and if we have to make additions, subtractions, whatever, but it'll allow us to move faster on it. Any further questions? Yes?
I just want to say that there were some changes made to rules. The rules, not particular rules, to the rules process was made in ED&A worked on that. And I think that maybe and they rewrote the huge, practically everything that had to do with putting rules together. And I just think that maybe that would provide some insight, that the process, if you can find out the process that was used to put that together. I mean, you have to identify what you need to do first.
Well, rules come from this, which we want to recodify, so it's not contradictory throughout. They're not going to be rewriting statute in terms of what we should have. That's not their job. So, what's been done through GELCAR in approving rules is our responsibility, and if we've done something which is incorrect, it's on us. So I think that what we need to do is do this first step here to get this thing going, and that's where the boilerplate, if you bring forward to us the framework, so then we can move from there. We don't want to have too many cooks in the kitchen on this. It'll go forever. So any further, before I close this thing down? Well, we're closing down 7:29, and thank you very much today for coming over. This is a heck of a job if we take it on. It's huge. It may save money in the long run. Yeah, yeah. Thank you much. So we have in this afternoon, folks.
What time you want to?
Let's see, I'm trying to find my sheets here. Oh, yeah, we got to come back a little later than that because this is on us in the afternoon. Yeah, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. If you need to slip to 1:05, go for it. 1-ish. Okay, good. Thank you.
I did contact.
Okay, we need to get this thing going here. We're a little bit behind. And for the afternoon, we have broken our conversation into two areas. First one's dealing with the bills which are referencing the meal programs. And the second part is starting to get us into the conversation on special education funding. So I'd like to start right off with, we have 583, 646, and 665, 703, which are all bills which are referencing the meals program. Let's start off with the first one that's listed there, 583, and that's relative to the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced school meals. So if you have 583, that's the one we're going to be looking at. You might open that up. The bill has been introduced, so we should know basically what that bill does. So we're in a work session right now. If we have technical support here, and if there's Henry Lippman there, you're here, I see. So perhaps, do you have to be out here by 1:30? So are you here to speak on this 583 bill, providing technical support?
That would be the limit of it, yes.
Okay, so why don't you come on up? No, this is not the type of thing where we have to have pink cards and like that. Okay. So, are there questions for this is Medicaid Direct? If you have a few information points you want to convey to us, you can do that, and then we can go from there.
Sure. For the record, Henry Lippman, the state's Medicaid director. I think what I can offer to you is whether a Medicaid application could have a designation on it. A parent could choose to whether they wanted to enroll their student in free and reduced lunch or not. If assuming they wanted to, we have the technical means to transfer that application information over to the Department of Education. In conversations with Department of Education, I believe they have the ability to accept it and to read it. That's about as far as I can provide technical assistance on in terms of the policy or whatever. It's really, do we have the ability to, modify our Medicaid application with a checkbox type of situation? Yes, we do. And can we transmit it, I think, in a form that's readable by the Department of Education? That's also a yes.
So just for clarification for everybody here, this bill has come before us before. In fact, it came back in front of Karen Umberger's group years ago. The question was, how do they get permission from the parent to release this information to another agency? How do you do that?
So we would propose a check the box kind of situation where they could choose whether they want to have it referred or not. And so it'd be that kind of simple process. They'd have to make an affirmative election on their application.
Yes, Representative Ames?
Is this kind of check the box process used in other states? Are you aware of what other states are doing in this regard?
I'm not familiar as to whether that's how they transmit the information. I do know that where they have direct participation, they are transmitting information to the equivalent of our Department of Education. That I can say how they actually accomplish it. I like to say to people, when you've seen one Medicaid program, you've seen one Medicaid program in terms of the eligibility system that is used. Different vendors have different ways of doing things. And even within the same vendor, depending on the state and the laws and regulations passed by its legislature may function differently.
Are there any other information yes, Representative Luno?
So thanks very much. And I think this may have come up during the. I'm sure this came up during the hearing, but potentially across the state, how many students in ages 5 to 22 would it include 22?
To age
to
22.
age 22 could be eligible to receive a free and reduced price lunch if they check the box.
So, I know we've provided that information to the Department of Education off the top of my head. I didn't bring that information with me, but it's calculated, and we've updated periodically the Department of Education as the bills have come up.
Right. So I wanted to actually use that question as a way to introduce just another concept to consider with that. I believe the answer is about 50,000 students would be eligible. Is that close?
Well, the report says 51,379.
Okay. And so that under current law increases, and you're probably looking right at the report, I'm not looking at it right now, would increase our FRPL, free and reduced price lunch population from about 40,000 to about 51,000. And because the state of New Hampshire also uses the free and reduced price lunch population as part of the school funding formula, there would be a corresponding increase in adequacy grant to school districts. And so that, approximately 11,000 more students times, what are we at, $2,300? Is that the differentiated aid factor, Mr. Chair? It's something like that.
In that area.
So we'd be talking about $24 million per year, and
Would it be just that, though? Yeah,
well, no, and
extraordinary
plus
needs based on
plus
eligibility.
extraordinary needs, yes.
Yeah.
And so that would increase the grant to that. So I passed around an amendment, and this is actually after after talking with some people about it, and in light of a lot of the conversation we had earlier today on other bills, that look, we're coming into a very tight budget year. I actually had a conversation with the governor about this very thing, and about this very idea, and I said, look, if we could make it budget neutral, would that be something that's interesting? And she goes, that's music to my ears. And so the amendment that I sent out, we're not executing right now, so this is just really for concept. So it's Amendment 0314H. Ports over some language that we had in the 2022-23 state.
Excuse me, do you have any, did the department get a copy of this? You got it, Mark? Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And there's a stack of them on the table over there as well. So I believe I got them to, I think most people, but this adopts language that the amendment adopts language that we had in the 2022-23 state budget that used pre-pandemic free and reduced price lunch enrollments to calculate the adequacy and the I'm not sure we had the extraordinary needs grant. I'm not sure we had that back then, but it used the pre-pandemic numbers rather than numbers from the prior year, because the prior year we were on USDA waivers, so there was very little paperwork completed, and we didn't really have accurate counts. So this basically does the same thing. It would use free and reduced price lunch enrollment from this current school year, 2024-25, apply that, come up with a percentage for each town, each school district, and each member town, and then would you hold that percentage for the next two budget years, so that they wouldn't be affected by, so the adequacy grant would essentially not be affected by transition over to Medicaid direct certification. So all MDC would be doing is literally feeding more kids that are qualified for free lunch under the USDA program. And it applies to both the adequacy grant as well as the extraordinary needs grant. And you can see that on lines 18 and 19 of the amendment.
Are there further, is there further information to get from Henry Lippman? So he doesn't have to sit there on the hot seat? Thank you very much, Henry.
Thank you. Appreciate.
Yeah. So this is open to discussion right now. This is a work session. Yes, Representative Spilsbury.
So I'd like to direct this question to Representative Luno. Just, if I'm understanding what you were saying, you're saying that this calculation for 24-25 school year will be captured and used before the Medicaid certification enhances the student count.
Yeah, I mean, the intent is for it to be there, not to be there before it, but to be there as the Medicaid direct certification enrolls more students in free and reduced price lunch.
Yeah.
So it would keep the adequacy calculation essentially in the same way we've been doing.
So that you can increase the number qualifying for free and reduced lunch without having it ripple through to the adequacy formula and the extraordinary needs grant.
That's correct.
Okay.
To keep it budget neutral.
But I suppose then 2 years after that, then those calculations would catch up with the increased number.
Correct. Unless something was done then.
From the department, Mark, do you have an opportunity to sit there? Have you calculated if we got involved in this program without looking at that amendment that Representative Luno just introduced, what would be the total gain, cost to that program, including our current amount for F&R, which is what? That's around 97?
Yeah.
97 million?
So
No, yeah, and extraordinary needs, which is 180 something million dollars?
So the short answer is we don't know how, without the actual data, we don't know how many students we would pick up. But doing the fiscal note walks through a methodology that is, reasonable enough. And our estimate is fiscal year 28, and I'll talk about the timeline of the program, but fiscal year 28, district adequacy ballpark number would go up by about 50 million. So that is the most significant financial impact is the 50 million increase in adequacy based on finding around 10,000-ish additional students through Medicaid direct certification. The reason why it impacts fiscal year 28 is because the timeline of the program. So if this bill were to pass as introduced and as amended, we would enter the program, we would seek application to be in the program the fall, September 25. So this upcoming fall, we would seek to get application. Then the students would start direct certifying during school year 26, 27. That's when the certification would start happening. That's when the program would essentially be enacted. And then 26, 27, that would impact 27, 28 district adequacy. So even if you were to pass this, speed past this right now, it would still only impact district adequacy till school year 28, fiscal year 28. So any language you want to put here to, you'd want to sync up those school years to be consistent with how it would impact the funding formula in this amendment. But yeah, essentially the impact is $50 million to district adequacy. It also hypothetically could impact charter school and education freedom account adequacy, but not at as big a magnitude as district adequacy.
How many states do you know that are doing this right now? I know that if we got to apply. Who approves the application to do this?
It's a USDA program. Yep.
43 states.
Further, any questions of the department on this from anybody here? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Do you know if free and reduced lunch is still being used in the Title I allocation formula?
It is. So FNR data is used for a lot of different allocations, but with Title I, it wouldn't have no positive or negative impact. It would just change how we allocate out the lump sum money that comes in. So if your town had a lot of students who were on Medicaid but not filling out the FNR form, under this program, your percentage would go up, and therefore you'd get a higher percentage of the Title I grant. That's how that would.
And just follow up, and if you, just so we all understand what's going on. So Title I allocation, the amount to be allocated is a fixed amount. So if one district, it goes up, in some other district, it'll have to go down.
Correct. So no net impact, but your allocation would change. That's correct.
Can you just tell us if you know other ways that it's being used?
Well, I'd like to cut in here, just say, Carl Perkins.
Carl Perkins.
So when we're talking about career technical education, how would this impact Carl Perkins?
So no net change to the bottom line from a statewide perspective, but as Representative Fellows was discussing, it would change the allocations. So if you happened in your community to have a lot of Medicaid students that were not FNR, SNAP, TANF, your percentage would go up. And if your percentage went up in your peers somewhere, it's got to fall down. So the allocations would change. So you'd see a little bit of shifting. I can't speak to the magnitude, but I wouldn't expect a huge magnitude shift in allocations.
So you're correcting something that I always thought the other way. I thought the number of people we had which were qualifying as poverty impacted the amount of money granted to us by the feds.
No.
Okay.
No. The only funding component that I'm aware of, and I'd say I'm fairly confident, but I'm not 100% confident because there's so many different aspects of it. But I'm only aware of adequacy where they would actually go up by count. The rest of it's allocations, and if it's allocations, it's a lump sum of money that gets allocated out based on FNR percentages.
Representative Luna.
So thanks very much, and thanks, Mark. Also, I don't know if you can comment on this, but there may have been testimony on this during the hearing. But I think the number of free and reduced price lunch enrollment statewide could affect another grant called the Child Care Scholarship. Is there any?
Is that a DHHS grant?
I don't know, but
yeah, I can't speak to that DHHS grant.
So maybe Laura can speak to that when
we're done with the DOE.
Yeah, but I think it's another area where if you see an increase in free and reduced price lunch enrollment, then you'll see more money appropriated to the Child Care Scholarship, which will help families, in every city and town across the state.
In the education space, I'm fairly confident just adequacy would increase the dollar amount. The rest would be allocations, but that's good to point out.
Yes, Representative Phillips.
Yeah, if I had Mark's job, I would want to see the second part written into the adequacy aid formula and have it shown and say for the, whatever year it is, only to do this and not repeal it, because we're going to have two different sets of free and reduced numbers. So it's important to put it in the adequacy aid formula, which would explain why some of those, why they don't match other, free and reduced numbers.
That's a stylistic decision. I think either way it functionally works the same, but that's a different style of doing it.
Any other information we'd like to gather from the department at this time? Not seeing any hands flying here, Mark.
And the Kelly Rambo's here and Melissa White, Director White. Of course, this impacts the nutrition program. So more people, our students accessing meals would cause more federal reimbursement of those meals. So if you need questions relative to the nutrition impacts of this program, Kelly Rambo is here.
Oh, we'd like to hear that too as well. Yeah. So, pardon me?
Cousin?
To Mark?
No,
To Kelly?
I'd like to make some remarks about the nutrition of the school.
Oh, okay. So anybody else from the department is going to help us on the nutrition side? costs associated with it?
Good afternoon, Kelly Rambo from the Department of Education, Bureau of Wellness and Nutrition. I can speak to any questions particular to the nutrition side for the Medicaid, or hopefully answer your questions for the Medicaid Direct program.
Okay, are there any questions? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for committee members who may not be aware, I'm a retired dietitian, diabetes educator, and my mom was a school lunch director a long time ago. So my questions come from that background as well as interest in feeding kids. Thank you for being here to help us with this. Could you give us some background about the difference in the nutritional composition of items served in the school meal program compared to the same named item in the retail marketplace, like a donut versus a donut or a pancake or whatever? Could you just comment on that?
Sure, I can touch upon that, and thank you for the question. The federal guidelines do have specific calorie limits, sodium limits, fat limits, and that depends upon what grade the student might be in that is eating it. It's also dependent upon daily averages versus weekly averages, depending also if you operate a 4-day school week or a 5-day school week. So there are a lot of things to take into consideration that the federal government has put into place for that. The vendors that would produce a product that is shelf stable or ready to go, as you would call it in school, do have to meet those guidelines, and they do look different than what a off-the-shelf product might be as well too, that have to meet a different set of dietary guidelines. So there are definitely differences between the two of them.
Further questions?
Can I
Yes.
get a little more detail on that?
Sure.
Thank you. So, just because this has come up both the other day when we were hearing the bill and on similar bills in past years, I really want to just highlight for folks how significantly different they are. The nutrients that are most deficient in children and teens are iron, vitamin D, calcium, zinc, magnesium, fiber, and potassium, all of which are critically important to cognitive function and health and well-being. So one example, a same-size donut, store-bought, generally is going to have white flour, no whole grain, therefore no fiber, 2 milligrams of iron, 120 of calcium, 56 of potassium. And the school donut is whole wheat flour. Doesn't seem like it is. You can't recognize it as such in the way the texture is or the taste. But it's whole wheat flour, which means that whole grain component goes from 0 to just under 18 grams. The iron goes from 2 to 10 milligrams. The calcium goes up 30 milligrams, and the potassium more than doubles. So it looks like it's understandable that folks would look at many of the items in the menus and think, well, we're not feeding kids very good food. But this is one example of many where the food is actually profoundly more nutritious than what we perceive it to be. So I think it's important to be aware of that. And in the handouts that I circulated, that the top page is a menu from the Claremont Middle School from what's two weeks from back. The next 2 pages of that are the standards, the requirements for the breakfast program and the school lunch program. And you can see, as Rambo mentioned, 3 different levels. So there's a standard of how much food of each category for K to 5, 6 to 8, and 9 to 12. And it's broken down in terms of the requirements for particular amounts of different kinds of vegetables over the course of the week. And just because I always found this sort of puzzling at first, not to get in the weeds, but in the footnotes, it talks about for some items that the minimum credible serving, meaning credible that you can count it towards the school meal requirements, is 1/8 of a cup. That's because a meal might have a bunch of different items. So say you had tacos and it had lettuce and tomatoes and onions and peppers. You wouldn't have a 1/2 cup of each one. You'd have 1/8 of a cup of each one to total the required amount. The data on, actually, I'm going to ask Ms. Rainbow, can you speak about the data on the difference in nutrition between the school lunch meals and what kids are eating if they're not having school lunch? I don't know if you have that available.
I do not have that data currently available.
So in the page, the single page looks like this, nicely provided to us from Hunger Solutions. You can see the scoring, the right-hand bar graph. When they score the nutrition quality of lunches from home versus school lunches. And this is data over a long period of time. I remember knowing this when my kids were in their 30s, were in school. Lunches from home across the board are less nutritious than the school lunch program. Partly because the people who qualify for the free and reduced meals don't have the resources at home to be buying the fresh food that is served in the program. So they're generally not putting fresh fruit, an abundant amount of vegetables. They're usually not using lean protein sources because fatty protein sources are cheaper. And the sodium content is way, way above what the school lunch sodium content is. So I don't want to hijack the work session. I'm happy to provide background input now or later for anybody who wants it. Can you just fill in whatever else you would like us to be aware of? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't want it to be a one-way street here.
Yeah,
So, questions and maybe trying to, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, as always, for joining us. So if there's 10 or 11,000 additional kids that would come into the program qualifying for, let's say, free lunch, just because I think most of the kids in the program are free lunch, not free and not reduced, but just to keep the math simple, what does that mean? I mean, I know, there's 180 days of school, but not everybody's in school every day, and not everybody eats the school lunch every day. And maybe that's sort of like rounding error. What I'm really trying to get at is what sort of funding, what sort of increase in USDA funding would this mean that would help families' pocketbooks, reduce their costs?
So that would be, and you said
10,000-ish kids, coming to school for, 160 days each, or eating, coming where they're eating meals, maybe let's say 150 days, 150 days eating breakfast and lunch.
Thank you for the question. Let's just hypothetically say on an average, a breakfast might be at the local level for a paid meal between $1 to, let's say, $2, because that is also figured out at the local level. Yeah. So that could be the cost savings for a family just for breakfast. And then for lunch, it can range from $2.25 to let's just say $4. So that could be a cost savings per lunch per student. So with that average, let's say if they did get breakfast and lunch, it could be $2 to maybe $8, per day. And those are just rough,
but $5 would be sort of a good happy medium there, times 10,000 kids. So $50,000 a day in relief to families across the state times
yes.
How many ever days, 150 to 180 days.
Potentially, yes.
Great. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Are there any additional costs to the local districts if we went with this program for serving this food, preparing this food?
There's always the potential for that. There could be an increased cost beneficially for those students that possibly didn't get breakfast before and now they do qualify for breakfast. Maybe they chose not to participate before because they couldn't afford it, but now if they are qualified on this program, there could be additional meals that would need to be made at the local level. So there is the potential for an additional cost at the local level.
I noticed in the fiscal note, there are additional costs for the Department of Education in administering this program. So I was just curious to know on the local level, whether this is going to cost more in terms of those preparing it or administering it or the added dollars in a large district like a Manchester. Is this going to be more administrative costs for them?
There is the potential, for that as well too. I think with any increased program, there does come some costs that, again, would be beneficial to the students in that case, but there's always that possibility of potential costs. And as previously stated, if a district or a school does not offer breakfast, let's just say, and we operate this program and they'd like to start a breakfast program, that could also be a potential cost because they do see that there's more students that qualify. So they would like to bring a breakfast program in there that they possibly didn't have before.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, just while we're on this, talking about costs to the district, let's also talk about the other side of the profit line on this. So we talked about school breakfast and lunch costs, and I think we even said, I think I used the word happy medium was $5 if you did both. $1 for breakfast, $4 for lunch. I think there's certainly a range, but that was it. Happy medium there is that's what the school would normally charge. That's full price for a free breakfast and a free lunch for both meals total. Could be $5, $1 for the breakfast, $4 for lunch. But you looking at the information from Hunger Solutions, the school would actually get reimbursed $2.37 for breakfast. It charges full price for $1. They're going to get $2.37, and for a lunch that they charge $4 for full price, they get $4.43. So in that case, it's $6.80. Isn't that a $1.80 profit for the?
So I can't speak to the document that you have in front of you. I think that Ms. Milliken would be able to speak to that. But if I understand the question or the statement, that reimbursement is for a free meal.
Yeah.
So the school would not be charging the student for that price, and they would get that reimbursement only for the free meal.
And they get it at a higher rate than their full price.
That's correct. And there's a different reimbursement for the full price meal if they were to charge that to a student.
Oh, you mean the reduced price meal?
So there's
Yeah.
free, reduced,
Yeah.
and paid. So there's different reimbursement rates depending upon what meal was served.
Right. Thank you.
While you're in front of us, we have another bill here. It's also dealing with an online application. When I talked with my district, they're saying they already have an online application in place. Is this occurring elsewhere within the state?
Thank you for the question. So previously during the first hearing for this, we did testify that we don't have that data at the department. There are school districts and schools that do have online applications already in place, but we don't currently have the data on exactly which ones do. We did put out a voluntary survey after. Also, speaking to the meal debt, we proactively put the application question in there along with the meal debt survey as well too. And they meaning the districts have until the 14th to reply to that. And once that was done, I was going to provide that to you so you have that information. Just to currently right now, again, remember that it is voluntary. And right now we have about 44 responses to the survey. So that's a good data to start with. But obviously we're relying upon the voluntary nature of that. So
44 out of how many?
173.
Yeah, thereabouts. Representative Popovich?
Very briefly, having been a finance director, I remember that I wasn't exactly that keen on filling surveys way before the deadline, so I wouldn't read too much into the 44. Just a quick question, if I may. Would you think that districts which are concerned about their school meal debt, the unpaid balance, would be rather likely to jump on the opportunity to fill the survey and tell you all about it?
I don't want to speak for the districts filling out this survey, but we did mention that it was voluntary. We did get some questions on where would this data be, be posted and so that could potentially, hinder some from filling out the survey. Again, we made it very clear that it was voluntary.
If I may quick follow up.
Yes.
I'm not sure that I understand why a school district would be concerned about sharing their, balance of, school debt, because that's part of their financial statements anyway, right? Is there any privacy? What were the concerns that they may have expressed to lead you to think they may be unwilling to submit it?
The question was just where would this data be? What is the request for the survey?
Thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. Would it be correct that if Medicaid direct certification for F&R meals was in place, there would be less administrative costs to districts than the method currently in place for F&R applications?
Thank you for the question. The Medicaid Direct currently in New Hampshire does not qualify students for meals. So it would open up a different subset of students that would qualify. And the capability of them to be qualified in what we call the direct certification process would eliminate the need for the additional application to be filled out.
So it would be more efficient and also reduce the errors in applications, yes?
There's the potential for that to reduce that burden on filling out an additional piece of application for a family to qualify.
I have another question, but it's not related to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you inform the committee about the community eligibility provision for school meals and what the impact of Medicaid direct certification might be on that program?
Sure. So the Community Eligibility Program, or also known as CEP, does use your directly certified, the district's directly certified data to qualify for that percentage. Right now, currently, they use the data that's in place, SNAP, TANF, migrant, homeless. And this would also, if Medicaid Direct were to be able to be added into that, could potentially increase the percentage that does qualify for that. The other side of the Community Eligibility Program is that meals would be provided at no cost to the student. However, the other portion of, let's just say, a district has 25%, or let's say 40%, then 60% would need to be covered by the local level or non-federal funds. So that's important information to have as well to operate that program. So even though the ISP or your directly certified numbers maybe were, lower, and that does qualify you, the local level does need to come up with a difference for what is not paid for at the federal level.
If they were in the CEP.
Correct, if they were to operate the community eligibility program.
Further information needed, Representative Luno?
Yeah, thanks. Did the committee receive I guess I don't know if you call it the census data, but basically the comparison by town of the number of students in the 2026 free and reduced price lunch, ADMR, compared to the by town, the number of students that are Medicaid enrolled and would qualify under Medicaid direct certification? So back, I think a couple of years ago, Mark, when Representative Ladd and I were working with you and Representative Umberger, there was a comparison spreadsheet that you did, and I just pulled it up and I just picking on a couple of towns, like let's pick on Haverhill because it's right in the middle. So the 2026 FNR count estimate is 202, whereas the Medicaid direct certification would be 244. And this is from the spreadsheet you did. In Hopkinton, the 2026 FRPL is 78. Medicaid direct, it's 118. In Henniker, so I'm just picking on H's here, it goes from 99 to 153. So just wondering if the members of this committee would like to see how the enrollment how the Medicaid direct certification would compare to current free and reduced price lunch enrollment, so we could each see what it means to our, constituents, but also statewide. And, it's important to look at places like Manchester and Nashua, too. And Manchester goes from 5,857 in the 2026 free and reduced price lunch to 6,974 in the Medicaid direct.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with sharing that data. So essentially, DHS does, when they gave us the data for us to do the analysis, to basically identify those approximate 10,000 students, they did have it at the town level. For whatever reason, Pennacook is always kind of unique. They didn't have Pennacook. So an assumption was made about, percentage of students that could be Pennacook out of Concord. So some assumptions were made in that data set, but essentially DHS did provide us that data set. And we have a comparison to current law to what Medicaid direct cert might be. And it estimates, approximately 10,000 students. There are some peculiarities with the data in a sense that sometimes when we looked at what DHHS had for Medicaid students, children ages 5 through 18, sometimes the Medicaid number was lower than what the FNR number was. So that was interesting. That was just students not on Medicaid, but on FNR, SNAP, or TANF. So that did happen in a few instances. That was less common. Yeah. It's more common that the Medicaid number has the larger data set. But we can provide that data.
So Mark, when we looked at that data years ago, we saw that following 8th grade, there's a drop, and Kelly, I think you may have seen this before too, a drop in participants in the FNR program due to high school students either not wanting to, identify as FNR or going with their buddies somewhere and having a meal somewhere else that's more to their liking. In projecting the figures right here, are we taking into account that waterfall effect that we see from middle school into high school?
We took the raw data that Medicaid provided to us by town, and we did no analysis by cohort level or anything, just raw data by town and compared it.
Okay.
Just a follow up on your question, Rick, I'm sorry to jump in. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Yeah. But did we see a corresponding drop off during waivers? Yes. When the USDA
when USDA did not require the form and you could access meals without a form, substantial drop off.
No, that's not what I meant. Did kids, did the number of meals
Go the other way.
consumed under waivers go up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were okay eating the meals and,
More participation.
yeah.
Yes, there was an increase in participation with the waivers and not having the forms to fill out.
Okay, great.
That was
Thank
at the
you.
high school level? Elementary, I can see it.
Yes, I would say that was across the board, that there was an increase in meals when they were served at no cost.
Representative Damon?
Could either of you clarify, because this came up earlier. Thank you. Could either of you clarify, this came up earlier this afternoon, and Mark, you just mentioned 18. So does the F&R program end at 18 years old? Or does it go for kids who are still in school up to 22?
Yeah, I don't recall if the data set we used is through 18. The data set we used to do the analysis might have been through 18, but if you're in school and you're 21, I'm not aware of any restriction we would count you. You'd be part of adequacy. So that, I don't think there's any limitation
Just
there.
wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, we do have several other bills. You don't have to get up yet. Dealing with meals. We have one relative to the eligibility for free school meals. That's increasing the eligibility level. And the other one, 703, relative prohibiting school districts from denying meals to students with unpaid meal balances. And this is the one I want to talk about. You're doing a survey on that. You don't have that information back on what these balances are at the end of the year and how much total we are less in the state because of that?
I do have preliminary data that I could provide digitally to the committee, but we gave until the 14th to submit that full data set.
Okay, is there any other information here we want to get from DOE? It's time for us maybe to have a little discussion amongst ourselves here as to, where we're going with these bills. Thank you very much. I think I'm hearing the big issue is the additional cost. Am I wrong on that? $50 million?
For which one?
Medicaid direct
Well, we've got an amendment that addresses the 50 million.
for the first several years.
Yeah, for the first, in this budget, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, we've got school funding there's a lot of things that I think are gonna overtake.
I know it. I know it. Is there any other discussion on this?
Mr. Chair, do you mean on the Medicaid Direct or on all?
On all of them?
So if I could, I'd like to bring up the amendment to 703.
Yeah. You have one?
I circulated it. You
Okay.
should have it. So there is, sorry, let me just find my own copy.
Thank you.
For 703.
Yeah.
Which is the one in regards to prohibiting districts from shaming students who have meal debt. Amendment number 0343, which you should have in front of you, removes the part of the bill that would have required DOE to pay off school districts' meal debt. So it leaves the exact same language of the first part of the bill detailing the specifics of not shaming students in regard to their debt, and leaving in, let me see what number it is here. Page 2, line 5, requiring school districts to accept voluntary donations to alleviate school meal debt because there were issues with that in the last school year. So if the amendment is approved, there is no cost to this bill. It is simply a policy statement to districts about kindness and respect to students who are not responsible for their status in poverty.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you share with me, how are school districts shaming these kids? I mean, what's happening out there?
Thank you for that excellent question. There are a number of ways that a child would be identified as being a person in debt or with limited resources. It could be that the school district gives them different food, maybe a cold sandwich, instead of the selection from a menu like what I circulated. That is legal to do. It's not very kind. And it makes kids not go get the meal because they're stigmatized by being that child. They could have to have a wristband or some other identifier that flags them as the person who has debt. There have been a number of instances of a cashier saying to a child, you don't have enough money on your account for that, you can't have that, and making them put food back, which then that food actually can't be served to anybody else either because it's been handled by a consumer. So that's the ultimate waste. I don't know if there are currently any districts in New Hampshire that what I'm about to say has occurred, but I know that in history and in the national data, kids have been prohibited from participating in field trips or activities. There's just a whole list of ways that we shame the poor. So this is just intended to be a statement to say, we are not the state that does that. We are a state that is kind and respectful to our students, regardless of their economic status.
Is there a follow-up? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking on the bill, I appreciate the amendment to it because that was definitely a big concern, the removed language. I'm still looking at F, G, and H. And if you wouldn't mind maybe, going through them. My concern with F is that there is a huge difference between somebody who cannot pay for their school meals and somebody who won't pay for their school meals. And if we tell the schools you just cannot collect at all for lunch, why would well, that's how I read F. I mean, I would appreciate then an understanding of what am I misreading here.
Thank you for the question. So it's saying that the school district can't use a collections agency to collect unpaid school meals debt. It's not saying that the district can't make the responsible parties, parents, guardians, aware of the debt. We're not asking them to not request payment. We're not sending it to collection, however. That's F.
If I may.
Yes.
And would it be appropriate to maybe go back and forth a little in this case? Thank you. I just want to be careful, Mr. Chair. So, problem is, I understand that I can send a bill, right? But what is the school district supposed to do if they send a bill to the richest house in town and they just don't pay it?
That isn't happening.
Under this, it may create, basically, if you are telling me that I can send you a bill, but I cannot use a collection agency or any other legal means to collect a debt, you are basically telling that person who may have paid before that, hey, there is no consequence to not paying for my lunch. I'm just going to take the free ride because the school district will have to eat it. I'm looking at moral hazards, right? I'm not saying that's a current issue because under the current scenario, we obviously have a way to collect. And I agree with you that sometimes school, in my opinion, crossed the line and became overly aggressive. So I think there is something that we could look at that there. But this seems to go all the way the other way to you cannot collect even from people who absolutely have the means. I just don't feel like it. Again, we don't have to have a definitive answer, but I wanted to understand what my concerns are and see if you have any thoughts on that.
I appreciate your concerns. I would just respond to that part and then move on to the, I think people can come from different perspectives on what our responsibility is to poor people, and I would substantially weigh the value of this to the poor students who would be shamed for debt and eliminating that shaming, I think the value of that is far, far greater than whatever minimal risk there may be of the random, rare, take advantage person. I mean, frankly, if you're that well-to-do, you know, the kids are probably going out to lunch. I just don't see that as a primary variable.
On the G side,
So G is the requires schools to develop an outreach program to encourage parents or guardians to apply for the free and reduced pricing.
my question was why a mandate? It seems that the schools already have an incentive to do so. And as far as I know, they tend to be very good about reminding people, and they're already doing everything they can. My question is why then do we need to codify a requirement here which can lead us down the path of unfunded mandates and all that?
I think the intent of that clause is to make sure that we reach out to every child or every family who would benefit from free and reduced meals so that we are decreasing the incidence of childhood hunger. And similarly, H is actually already in federal statute. It's just including in our statute because it's so related to this that schools are allowed to facilitate completing the application following the federal code.
Understood. If I may come back to G for a moment, and that will be the last. Are you aware of any schools that don't try hard enough so that we need to codify this into the law? I don't need names for the schools, but are you aware of schools that just don't do it even though their adequacy funding and everything depends on it?
I don't have a statewide survey of what all the schools are doing. I know what schools in my district do, so I don't think I'd be able to answer that broadly.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, Representative Cocom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to F, you know, I agree that there are kids out there and families out there that are definitely poor and they're struggling and they need help. Absolutely agree with that. And I don't think it's fair that the kids should be faced with these dilemmas at school when it comes to their parents who are making bad financial decisions that are putting them in this position. But when it goes to the collection agency, I struggle with that one because there are parents out there that do have the means, but they're making decisions with their money that may not be prioritizing their kids eating their lunch program. You know, they've got cell phones, they've got cigarettes, they've got fancy cars, they've got all these other things, but their kids still going to school hungry. And it's not the kid's fault. But I don't think we should be eliminating that responsibility from those parents who are making poor decisions and not prioritizing their kids' meals ahead of other things. So I really think we need to be keeping that in there.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the compassion and everything that you're saying. I want to put you into my classroom for just a couple of seconds on the period before lunch. And the child came into my classroom and ate his lunch. And then he goes to the lunchroom and he fills up his tray. And this prohibits the lunchroom from any recourse to stopping him from taking a second lunch. If they're prohibited from denying a meal and prohibited from disposing or taking away, and they're prohibited from identifying or stigmatizing, and then go down the list, how can they stop theft?
Let me clarify, if I may, the circumstance you're describing. So your student had a lunch available to them.
He brings his lunch into the classroom.
So
Yes.
he brought lunch with him. Is that what you're telling me? Us? What I want to say is presumably that child was hungry enough to need both lunches. Like maybe they didn't have breakfast, maybe they don't have dinner. And how common is that? I mean, honestly, people, I don't have a further response.
Okay, yes, Representative Brown?
So a related bill here is 665, which raises the minimum to 300% of the federal poverty guidelines for eligibility for free school meals. And that's in the same batch of bills. I'm just concerned because the fiscal note states that this has a significant fiscal impact potentially, since 300% of the federal poverty rate includes 50% of the student population and could increase a cost to the state of $48 million per year. So I'm wondering, while 300% or lower of the poverty rate group is benefited, what happens to the 301% and to 375% of the federal poverty rate families? They'll be asking to be burdened with additional taxes. So, and you see what I'm saying here. I'm asking the long-term impact here.
She's done
665.
665.
Because many families are struggling even at 350% of the federal poverty rate.
Yeah, no. Sure, I'll take it. So this is a lot of the same argument we hear on vouchers too. And that you need to, there's somebody that's at 351% of poverty, so we've got to increase vouchers to 400%, got to increase it to 500%. There's somebody that makes $179,000 a year, which is $100 more than the 500% cutoff. So we need to increase it to unlimited so that somebody making $500,000 a year can get a free voucher from state of New Hampshire taxpayers. What we're talking about here is feeding hungry kids. And right now we feed hungry kids for free who fill out the paperwork up to 130% of the poverty line. 131, you fall into the reduced plan. 185, you're still in reduced. My understanding, there's not a whole bunch that fall into the reduced. Most of it is in the full free category. So I don't know what happens when you get to 186% or 300% or 301%. But we're not asking taxpayers to pony up a $7,000 freaking school voucher to pay for private school tuition. We're talking about feeding hungry kids here. So shame on just the question.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Could we keep the language under control? I mean,
Be careful.
F words are.
I didn't drop it.
Okay, we won't do that anymore. Okay, so it's at 2:15 right now, and we're at the end of the time for the first discussion on meals. And now we're going to jump into, and we're going to take a 5-minute break here for everybody to take a break and walk a little bit, and then we're going to come back and start with the issues on special education.
We're taking 5?
Yep.
Wake up. These days are all tumbling.
Sorry about the word frickin'.
Yeah,
But it's a substitute.
But
Oh,
no,
hold on,
it's
hold on,
not,
hold on,
not
hold on,
in a
hold on,
public
hold on.
meeting.
Yeah. to go ahead and get going here on the next topic. And the next topic is one which deals with the costs of special education services. And also the area of special education aid, which is the old catastrophic aid. This is a pretty complex topic right here. Mark or Brian, are you going to be able to discuss with us? And should you come up to the table right now before we ask you to come on up? Because it's going to be an in and out. Now, we've had a sheet here just presented to us. This was put together by the Department of Education. Brian, could you explain this one to us? Or Mark? Does
Sure.
everybody have the sheet that I'm looking at? It was just passed around.
Yes, thank you for the question. My name is Brian Eaton, Department of Education, Bureau of School Finance.
Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance.
So this in particular is looking at by district for FY24, the revenue versus expenditures, and revenue being three categories that we have there. Those are those first three columns after district name. So that would be SPED aid revenue, state aid, that's a special education aid, catastrophic aid. Next column would be differential aid. That would be the aid through the adequacy formula. That would be specifically for
You went a little quickly.
I'm sorry for that.
Brian, slow down. It's the end of the day.
Yeah, right. Sure. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth column in differential aid revenue, parentheses state.
SPED aid, revenue, differential aid,
Correct.
IDEA,
Correct.
and SPED, total SPED.
Correct. So those revenue columns would be the revenue for each district. So special education aid, and then specifically special education adequacy aid, and then IDEA through the federal government. So it's a mix of state revenue for specifically for special education, and then federal revenue specifically for education, special education. And then that last total SPED expenditures, that's what's reported through the DOE 25s annually, as reported by the districts to the department. So then the following columns would be the percent that is covering those expenditures. So the first one being percent state covering expenditures. So that's basically the expenditures for each district divided by the state revenue. So, and then that would be the two columns, SPED aid revenue, special education aid, and then differential aid revenue. And then the same goes for the federal government. That would be the total special education expenditures divided by just the federal revenue. And then another column being state and federal revenue covering expenditures. So that would be aid coming into the district from the state and the federal government for revenue covering those expenditures. And the final column being percent district covering expenditures. So basically it's the remainder percent that would be covered by local revenue, local taxation for each district. And then at the top, mine is color code. I'm not sure if yours is, but the top one you'll see statewide totals. That's just a sum of each one of those revenues and expenditures. And then to the right is medians. So that's just the median for each one of those percent covering expenditures for each for the districts.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my eye is drawn to my town, Epsom, on the first page here. And what I don't understand is it says that 3% is federal, 9% is state, but federal is 149,000 and state is 242,000. So one's not three times the other number.
Thank you for the question. The state would cover, that would be both special education aid revenue, that first revenue column, as well as differential aid, the second column. So it's a sum of those two first columns of revenue. So state being special education aid, as well as state special education adequacy.
I see. So it's more like 400 total.
That sounds correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yep.
Okay, I get it. Thank you very much.
When you're looking at the special education aid on that first column, that $34 million for the state, 33.9. You have all those numbers down below. Have you broken it down any farther as far as how expensive, like the number of students for each, like, for example, Amherst, just, it's right at the top there, $196,000. How many students does that involve?
My guess would be two, or maybe two or three, but we don't have this as part of this chart. We provided it through other examples before, but we haven't put that into this handout necessarily.
Sometimes we have limitations when we try to do per student calculations because we have to have the granularity to match the cost with the student. We have some ability to do that, but for example, if you're using ADMR, that would include all the students you're tuitioning out and the students you might educate in-house, but your cost might associate special education students coming into your district, so they can get a little more technical and into the weeds. And if you're going to match the student with the cost, sometimes it just requires drilling down, and it can get a little more challenging.
Representative, yes.
Sorry, thank you. In the final column, percent district covering expenses, that the statewide, I guess, average is 85%. There's a very small number of districts, I said percent state covering, I mean percent district covering. There's a very small number of towns that the district coverage is much lower percentage, like right on top, Albany at 28%. Further down the page, Columbia at 5%. There's a couple others in the 20s. How do they get to be such a low percent of the district paying the costs?
Thank you for the question. Off the top of my head, those two districts you mentioned, I believe, are non-operating districts. So those are districts that don't operate their own schools. So the students would attend out of district potentially. So that might be the case as well for that example. So that when they...
So how does that... Doesn't the sending town still have to pay?
When the district reports the expenditures, total special education expenditures on the DOE 25, that would be educating students in their own district. So those costs would be included in tuition. Wouldn't necessarily, as instructed on the DOE 25, wouldn't be a cost associated for expenditures of special education. Those would be attributed to tuition potentially.
Can I clarify that?
Yes.
So Goshen is one example of what I just asked about, and it's in my district. And so they're listed at 22% for the district covering the expenses. And they are what you just described. They have no school in town. They tuition their students to other communities. So I'm just trying to understand, where does it, if there is a student needing special education services from Goshen, let's say being educated in Newport down the road, so are their expenses showing up in the Newport data?
Both places, actually. But, well, it could be both places. So there's double counting in here when you try to sum up and look at it. But each Goshen would need to report expenditures, tuition, and Newport would need to produce expenditures as far as a teacher they hired. So it would show up twice. One of the challenges is not every district has I don't know how Goshen's agreement is, but sometimes they don't have separate tuition agreements that cover special education costs. So sometimes they have a one price tuition agreement. So they say, Newport will accept your students and this will be the cost per student. Sometimes they carve it out and say a non-special education student shall be this cost, special education student shall be of this cost. So when Goshen pays that tuition bill, they might not actually parse out from an accounting perspective on the DOE 25 those exact costs. And when Newport receives that student, and this is a hypothetical, I don't know their tuition agreement, they might not hypothetically parse out that revenue as being special education revenue. So there are limitations to the DOE 25 based on the limitations of the accounting that school districts do to actually account for specifically special education costs. So there's limitations, and we see that in the DOE 25 as you drilled in.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, I understand that you cannot report the data you have, and if you don't have that data, you cannot report it at a more accurate level. But would you feel that in this summary, with the exception of a couple of small districts, would this have any material impact on this spreadsheet? Because the numbers look to be tiny, the ones that are duplicated, but I don't want to just assume. I would appreciate your thought in terms of what order of magnitude there, or maybe we're looking at. Understanding it cannot be corrected, but what do I need to adjust for?
Do you know 24 double counting? Yeah, I think the number of the double counting. So we do ask districts to report what data they do have. We do ask them to report to us what special education costs were paid to another New Hampshire school district, and that number usually hovers around 12 million a year. So that top line number has about $12 million in double counting. So on the grand scale of things, not super material.
No, I understand why schools are screaming and yelling about this. When I look at this, really portrays it well. On the right-hand side, it looks like I'm just going down here. 85% of these costs are paid by the local, 5% by the feds, and the feds got us in this business saying they're going to pay 40%. Here we are.
We consistently see these numbers.
Yeah, but I have a question. And Terry just brought it up to me, and I have this. I'm looking at my town of Haverhill, and we have no special education aid. Yet we have our own school, which we're providing some of that support. Don't we get funded for that support?
Special education aid meaning.
You have somebody up and down over here.
So no. If you have a student coming from Benton to Haverhill,
Yeah.
And that student is a high cost sped student being educated by Haverhill. Now, typically those high cost students are not going to Haverhill; they're going to an out of district placement. But in that scenario, if Haverhill was educating a high cost special education student, the revenue would show up in Benton if the student lived in Benton or some neighboring town.
I get that, and because we have a number of towns, but Haverhill itself does have kids, but we're sending them to a separate school where we're doing it ourselves. I'll have to ask the local people.
Oh, so Haverhill does have high cost special education students.
We have King Street School. It's
So-
a separate school within the public school system.
Okay.
And I'll have to ask them. This is not part of today's discussion. This is another deal. Yeah, it's Representative Fellows.
Just tell us which numbers you're using. Are you using ADMA or ADMR? And the special ed, that's one question. And the other one is the special ed aid, which is formerly called catastrophic. Is that going to, it probably goes to whomever pays the bill, which could be the district of residence, or it could be the receiving districts.
That is not our program, but it goes to the district of responsibility, so district of residence. That's how that allocation works. And I don't know if there's any ADM on this data set.
I think it could well, I don't know. I know it gets up kind of high, but it could be going to, so the money could go to the district of residence because in case of Pinkerton and Derry, maybe the actual expenditures are, well, we can't even see the expenditures of Pinkerton.
When this is a little inside baseball, they're doing a SACID level. They're doing a SACID level. They have the SACID of the data of the high cost student, so we know it's a district of residence student.
Okay.
Now, these costs, which I'm seeing the first column of $34 million.
You can't really.
That's what you projected, or is that what you prorated?
That's the final proration amount.
That's the proration amount. So
Correct.
the actual amount is 51.
For expenditures, well, that would be the
submitted claim.
The entitled. And again, this is not our but yes, $33 million, almost $34 million would be the amount that was actually paid through special education aid to the districts. Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So the difference there between the 51 and the 33, that would be picked up in the total special education, the fourth column?
Yeah, that number would live there.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little confused. So if you guys have already answered this, it didn't stick, so I apologize for that. So looking at a couple of towns, Windsor and Rivendell at the end. So why would they have differential aid but no other aid? Can you help clear that up in my head, please?
Sure, thank you for the question. I suspect that those are very small districts where there might be students that are special education, that are eligible for special education, but they aren't in the special education aid program, so they're relatively a low-cost special education student. So it might only be, so for example, Windsor, that looks to be about 3 or 4 students, or 2 students that are eligible for differential aid for adequacy, special education adequacy, but they just aren't, right, they're just not a potentially high-cost student that would be eligible for the CAD aid program, special education.
And Riverdale's an interstate school district. The other half's in Vermont.
Couple things. Rivendell, we don't get financial reports on them. Vermont takes care of that. The
Right there, it's
Farley,
Fairleigh, Vermont,
yeah.
in between Norwich and St. Johnsbury, halfway. Okay.
some districts, particularly small districts, don't take advantage of IDEA. So that might be a situation. Windsor might have an allocation, but they might not. I don't know for a fact. You'd have to get Special Education Bureau staff in here. But another thing to point out, this data set, special education data, the cost is from the previous year. The revenue comes in the next year. So there's a 1-year lag on this data. So you could see some mixed matching from that as well.
Can I follow up on this?
Yes.
So where you were talking about there were some duplications in numbers, Windsor tuitions into Hillsborough Deering. So would Hillsborough Deering also be showing that 8,000 on their report?
That'd be duplicate cost. If
It
it's
would be
reported,
duplicate.
if it's a report on the DOE 25, it'd be duplicated. So
Is the DOE 25 just a state form or is that federal?
state form.
Thank you.
Representative Mahan.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for this stuff of nightmare. I just have a couple of things. It looks like Stark, on the mother load, was 71% state and federal aid, but then the 155% at Unity strikes me as a message to Congress. Are you telling us it pays to live in Unity? Unity got 155%.
So that could be a student, the cost, that could be a situation where the cost for the high cost special education student was, they received the revenue. It could be a mismatch between when the revenue came in and when the costs were incurred. So if they had the cost in the previous year, so if they had the cost in fiscal year 23, they would have paid that cost in 23, and then they would have received revenue in 24. But let's say that student graduated. So that could be a situation like that where a bunch of the 1 year lag in revenue is making it look really like they're profiting essentially. But that's probably that could be what's happening here.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So this comes back to what I was going to ask, right? Because you are reporting here the 24 aid and expenditures. But just to summarize that I understand correctly, the 24 aid is calculated based on the 23 expenditures.
Correct.
So for most large districts, this wouldn't be meaningful because you figure same number of kids get in and out of the program. For really small districts where there are 2 students, if a new one comes in, suddenly they are going to look horribly underfunded because they're getting revenues based on 2 students, but they really have 3 now. Or the other side where they have 2 students the previous year, they get the revenue for the 2 students, but now 1 student is no longer there, so they appear to get even more than they are spending. So this is what we're looking at, because there is a data is really from 2 separate years.
Yep.
there may be some timing issues that we need to be careful for.
Yeah, we've been doing this report for a few years now because it's a frequently asked report, but we probably need to consider about maybe syncing up the years with the data set. So
It would be a nice choice, because, I mean, if you already have the data, looking at it longitudinally wouldn't be that big of a deal, and you can see. Anyway, thank you. Yep.
I've got a question on differentiated aid. That seems to be a huge category here of, 90, or how much money are you here? 68.7 as estimated and going forward for FY '26. Is there any way we could find out what are the caseloads of various special education teachers in the building? What's the average caseload for a speech pathologist, a physical therapist, a old resource room teacher, older, where that's used to be, they all went to the resource room, or in any of the 13 categorical areas, what are the caseloads? And then we could figure out, okay, what is the average cost of a teacher? It's sort of like we do with the formula for base cost for a teacher, for a principal, etc. We have so many kids for 25 to 1, 30 to 1. What is the ratio of caseload to the special education teacher?
So I don't think we'd get granular as far as each individual teacher and their individual caseload. But probably what we could do is I believe we have a survey of all special education teachers submitted to the state. So we could take a tally of all special education teachers within a district, and then we could take a tally of all, divided by all special education students in the district, and that would get you essentially an average caseload per teacher. But it wouldn't get you too granular, but it would get you a district average.
Where I'm trying to go, Mark, is that I've been in school districts where I've seen a child who needed a little articulation, didn't know how to say R, whatever, a tongue thrust or whatever. And in one district, that child got 2 days per week. The same type of issue in another district may get 5 times a week. So the way it's being administered in the buildings is based upon maybe staffing or maybe the individual people at the IEP meeting, a lot of variables. But it's putting our cost, it's hard to find out what is the cost of a speech teacher, seeing that it's the local decision is one which is contributing to what the costs are.
The analysis you're describing, actually getting into the cost of a speech pathology teacher.
Yeah.
We can't do that analysis because that's not on the DOE 25. We'd have all special education employment costs. Unless the Special Education Bureau, which I don't believe they have, maybe IDEA has some data, but I can't provide that analysis on the DOE 25.
I know you'd be next. Keith, Representative, why you?
Just a very simple question. On the very last page, the historical trends page, the top bar says to the left of it, attributed to the number of students, and then below that, attributed to the average cost per student. Could you just explain what's going on there? What the difference is?
Sorry, which document are you, is it
Oh, did I look at the wrong thing?
of the same handout? That's
Didn't you guys
the-
hand this out?
Yeah.
And by the way, it'd be nice if you could have sent me the spreadsheets.
He always wants it in digital format.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking about it's actually something, you wanted me to give you this?
Yeah, I apologize if you don't have that on hand.
Didn't they hand this out?
Jennifer got it for us. And
Okay.
yeah. That's been pretty
Okay,
good.
sorry, now that we have it, would you be able to repeat your question?
Pardon me?
We just weren't sure what the question was. We're looking at it now, though.
The question is, over to the left there, the two top big bars, if you will. One says attributed to number of students, and this is talking about basically the breakdown of CAT aid ratios or brackets. And the next, the one below, it says attributed to average cost per student. Just trying to understand what.
Great, thank you.
what that's talking about.
Yes, this was the goal was to look at each year, this is specifically for special education aid, each year, the cost difference and what the cost increase year to year or cost decrease would be attributed to average cost per student or the amount of students. So it's essentially, in a way, cost accounting. So for example, for FY24, the top one attributed to number of students has a $13 million figure, while the bottom below one has for the attributed to average cost per student is about 10 million. That's essentially taking, and if I misspeak, I apologize. I haven't looked at the formulas in a while, but it would be basically looking at the amount of students in FY24, multiply that by the average cost of the previous year, and then the reverse or the inverse. So looking at the average cost of this year, FY24, and then multiplying that by the amount of students in the previous year. So where there is a, I apologize, it's about, it would be the sum of 13 million figure and the 10 million figure. That would be the split of which would be the cost that's attributed to the amount of students versus the average cost per student.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Yes.
So did you produce these, or did the department produce all these spreadsheets?
I did, yes. Okay. Yeah, I did this one in particular.
Would you send them to me when you have a chance later on?
Sure, yes.
Thank you. With the formulas.
Okay, yeah, I will, yes, okay.
Go ahead, Representative Pillsbury. So am I reading this correctly? Take 2017. If you add the 5,621 that's attributed to student count, plus the 2,022,000, which is attributed to costs, that figure combined, about 7,643,000, is the difference, the inflation factor basically between the 75 million for 2017 and the 82,600,000 for 2018. Is that correct?
It would be those two figures would be the increase from FY16 to 17. So the current year total spent amount of 82 million.
Seems, if I'm looking at it, it looks to me like the two sub figures there, the two subtotals under 17 make up the increase to 18. And the two sub figures in 18 make up the increase to 19.
Yes.
Right. So you're basically trying to tease out the difference between whether costs are increasing because of student count versus cost per student.
Correct.
Yes.
So I'm on the last page where you've got statewide student enrollment. It's the second to last row. And you've got 2024, and you've got 169,131. And footnote 3 says statewide counts are New Hampshire residents per I4C end of year submissions by districts. So the 2004 number here is 169,131, but the 2004 number you use in the adequacy estimate for FY26 is estimated 24-25 membership. So that's, I guess, based on 2024, you've got 151,990. Why is there such a big difference?
Thank you. I suspect it would be the combination of, so the second number you mentioned would be for adequacy, estimating adequacy aid. And so that would exclude charter students, it would exclude parent paid, education freedom count, it would also exclude preschool and postgraduate. Off the top of my head, that probably doesn't amount to 15,000. Right. Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I suppose, 5,000 charter school students, 5,000 EFA students. So it could be that could be what it's attributed to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because it's about 18,000 off, 17,000 off.
And additionally, also, that would be the enrollment versus ADM that we calculate through the estimate as well. So the enrollment would be higher, noticeably higher as well.
Yeah, so adequacy excludes pre-K and
Right.
excludes out-of-state students.
All right, so this includes pre-K and, well, this doesn't, says New Hampshire residents,
Oh, okay, never mind then.
and it says submissions by districts. So does it include charters?
We'll have to dig into the data.
Okay, it's a question that I think comes up every now and then, so, great, thank you.
Why is this so low? Percent of what?
Yes, percentage students with IEPs, not the students in the state.
Is that percent of students with IEPs a percentage of the whole of all the kids in our state? Or what is it when I see 21.5%, 1.5% of what? It has to be like the 151,000 kids or whatever we have. I'm on the last page.
Final call.
Typically around 20% of students have IEPs. This particular metric, we might need to dig into the data, exactly what's the numerator would be students with an IEP.
Yeah.
We do need to probably dig into what exactly is the denominator, but generally over the past few years, just looking at adequacy data, which is produced and published every year, of course, the number has been around 20%. Actually, I think I've looked at it since the pandemic. It has been growing. The percentage of students with an IEP has been growing since the pandemic by a few percentage points. And if you look at adequacy spreadsheets, you can see that as well. But this particular metric, I think we need to dig into how we're measuring the denominator to get you to fully answer that
It kind
question.
of reflects correctly with 17% in 2017 with 32,000 kids. And then you're coming over here with 36,000 kids with 21 point.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a trend we've seen in the data. The data's been showing that consistently.
Okay.
Look at this drastic increase per student.
Well, that number also has, has interesting comparison with what's in the FY26 estimated number, where you've got estimated 31,469.
Yeah, for the fiscal year 26 adequacy estimate, we just copy and paste the previous year's number.
Gotcha.
So we don't do any estimate for that.
Can you go up to the top row there on the last sheet, in that last column we're looking at, where you have 571,952 max total cost per student? That's a heck of an increase since 401,000
More than 20%.
back in 17.
Yes, thank you. Those would be the max cost for the students eligible for special education aid. So that's that total cost that is submitted to the department for reimbursements. That would be the total cost for the student that's eligible in special education aid.
Can you explain that a little bit more for me, please?
Sure. So all the students that are, so for FY24, that $571,952 figure, that's a student that was submitted for special education aid. That is the total cost that that district submitted to the Special Education Bureau for reimbursement for SPED aid. So that is total cost for a student that's eligible for special education aid.
Is that minus the $70,000?
That is the total cost.
It's just relating to one student.
Exactly.
Correct. Yes.
The
So
high.
that's the most
Right.
expensive student
Correct.
in that year.
In that
Correct.
reimbursement.
Yes. Sorry if that was confusing. That wasn't the intent. Thank you.
That's the state cost, right?
No.
Or both?
Total.
Share.
Total of everything?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
That would be the total cost of invoices submitted that you guys approved. Just clarify.
Eligible student allowable costs, yes.
Which means theoretically, they may have had some other invoices that you guys did not deem to match the IEP, and so they could have spent more, but that's just what the department found appropriate for that student based on their IEP.
Do you review all these invoices in detail to decide whether that's a permissible cost or not, expense?
Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support. So all of the invoices are submitted individually. We look at every single invoice that is submitted for special education aid. We go and we look at the student's IEP, and then we match up to see if the costs that are being submitted on the invoice match what is in the student's IEP. If what is submitted is not in the IEP, then we do not reimburse them for that cost. So these are just for the costs. They could provide to us a number of invoices, but we will look at only the things that are in the IEP and that are eligible. And then we reimburse based on that. So this is an entire reimbursement basis. The district has already incurred the costs and paid for them. They submit them to us for last year. We go through, we spend several months going through all of the invoices and then determine, okay, these are the total statewide expenses that are eligible under special education aid. And then we look at our amount that is allocated, which is that 33.9 million, and then we prorate it based on that. So I want to clarify, not all LEAs submit for special education aid. So you're seeing there was a lot of questions about, well, why not here, why not there? Not all of them submit. These are just the ones that we receive submissions for and that have eligible costs. So we might receive some and then they're not eligible. We would turn around and just deny the request for special education.
We've heard that before, but why are they not submitting?
That's a question that is for the LEAs. That's not something that I can answer.
Isn't it possible they just don't have this is just high-cost students, right? We're talking.
That meet the requirements that's laid out in the RSA.
So it's certainly possible that a number of LEAs just don't have them.
It may be.
LEA, local education agency. Yeah. Do they all have a director?
If they're operating a special education program, then yes, they usually do have an administrator.
And when you've got the max total cost per student, is that the max reimbursable cost, or that's actually all approved costs, including the costs that the district would be responsible for?
Thank you. Yes, that would be the total cost that the district submitted for reimbursement to the Special Education Bureau.
So all costs from 0 to 3.5, 3.5 to 10, and then 10.
Total cost per student. Yeah, take one student. Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Yes. Representative Cocom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you guys also keep track of the costs that you deny, that are submitted but you deny? Do you keep track of that number as well?
I don't keep track of that number, no.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I recall correctly, and I just want to make sure I remember it, when we had the hearings for this, you guys testified that you can review the invoices for matching the type of service for the IEP.
Correct.
But you do not have any way to determine whether the cost is reasonable or appropriate or whatnot. So if a district charges 100 for a service and another charges 1,000, both of them get approved as long as the service matches the IEP requirements.
Correct. We do not rate set at the department for those types of services. And I think another question that had come up earlier with regards to, cost of special education teachers and that type of thing and looking at caseloads. Each district pays their teachers differently. So you're going to have a special education teacher in one district that makes a certain amount and a special education teacher in another district that makes a different amount. And they all have a pay schedule based on their years of experience as well. So, I mean, it's not really comparing apples to apples because it's going to be varied depending on that school and their collective bargaining agreement and that type of thing.
So if you look at the old form we used to have for breaking down how we arrive at the base cost for education, you probably haven't seen it, but Mark has. And so if I take what we appropriate in differentiated aid at $2,184 or projecting for the next year and multiply that by 30, 30 kids per caseload, it comes up to $65,520. Is that basically without benefits, the cost of a special education teacher, around 65 grand?
I think it depends on the district.
Okay.
It's
It-
going to depend on the district.
It's going to depend upon the district. Is that as an average? Is that close? So if you multiply it by 1.33, 33%, it's going to be much higher than that total cost, a little shallow of $100,000.
I think it's just going to depend on the district. I guess I don't understand the question because if
Yeah.
I'm looking
Well, I'm
at
trying to figure
how
out.
much I make in Ware versus how much I make in Hopkinton, there's going to be a considerable difference between the two.
Somewhere
especially if I'm
along
at
the way,
top
we have
of
to
pay
build a
scale.
budget here. And unless we do it, how much each district should get, but we don't do it like that. We try to find an average cost of a teacher and go from there. Or a principal, or a guidance counselor, or what have you. I'm arguing, I'm sorry. Or trying to explain. Yes.
So it just says, as of February 2025, the average salary for a teacher in New Hampshire is $45,309. The low end is 32,600.
I've got that, and
Oh,
I've
okay.
seen that, and we've calculated that out. My concern is, though, if you're talking about a special education teacher that's teaching speech, they're gonna have to have a master's degree.
Right, but the highest
And-
is also 61,754, and that would probably be with longevity, right? I don't know.
Yeah, and see, what I was calculating right here, by just multiplying that number by 30, thinking it's 30 is a caseload, comes out to $65.5 thousand.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Further questions? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the two communities I like to compare are Manchester and Merrimack, partially because they're on the same page and they're very large. So the different, both of them have roughly 20-something% of their kids are in special ed. And statewide, we're spending close to $30,000 a kid in special ed. But Merrimack spends $36,000 per kid in special ed, and Manchester spends under $24,000, right? So Merrimack spends 50% more on their typical IEP than Manchester does. So so clearly they're kind of doing too much, in my opinion, right? Just from that number. By comparison, is there anything way we can help Merrimack act more like Manchester?
These are all different kids with different needs, and these are different programs that have come up with determinations on how they're going to meet the children's needs. So I think there's a lot of questions about the granularity of services and the cost of those services, and that's just not something that we can do
Okay.
at the department.
May I follow up? So, but the problem is in Manchester, we're talking about 2,900 kids, and in Merrimack, I'm talking about 800 kids, right? So the average is going to be pretty good. Do you see what I mean? I mean, it's not like 2 or 3 kids, and yes, this could be a really high-end kid. These are going to be, the average is typical, is more accurate, I guess, because there's so many kids involved.
I'm not sure what the question is.
So what I'm saying is, do you do any instruction, any guidance, any auditing, any control to look at this number and say, Merrimack, you're spending too much?
Again, we don't rate set, so we wouldn't say anything about the cost of how a district is choosing to spend their special education services. We go in and do monitoring and make sure they're meeting the requirements set aside in federal law and in state law, but no, we don't go in and tell them how they should spend those funds. That's a local level determination. I think that's a question at the local level, not to Department of Ed.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, isn't the IEP, I mean, I think you testified earlier that you qualify the cost based on what's in the IEP.
We don't, yes, we just determine if the costs are allowable. So if the service was put in for speech services, let's say, and they're asking for reimbursement for speech services, but speech services are not in the IEP, we will not reimburse them for
Right.
those
So you're
costs.
looking at the IEP.
Correct.
And the IEP was prepared by the IEP team at the
Correct.
local level. So it's not just the LEA. It's actually, it involves a team of people, right? So you're correct in saying that the decision is made at the local level, but it's actually made at the local level by an IEP team, not
And the
the school
families,
board
yes.
or the building principal. right?
Correct.
But when you say you're looking at the IEP, you're just looking to see if there's a speech IEP. You're not looking down in the grains of that IEP, are you? Like, for example, the state of Arkansas audits 1 in 10 IEPs to ensure what they're filling out is appropriate. When we talked to them on the horn here, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we talked to the director of special ed down there, and that program down there, when they're looking at these costs, they ensure that they audit 1 in every 10 IEPs in that state. I know that's pretty high bar for you guys to do here with the staff you have. But
Yes,
are
the
you
state funds 0.25 FTE for special education staff at the department.
So when you say you look at the IEPs, you look to see if there is an IEP like emotionally handicapped or physically handicapped.
I hire 2 seasonal part-time staff members that come on just to review those special education aid invoices, and they look at, is it in the IEP? They're not doing an analysis of whether it's appropriate for the student or if the services are appropriate. They're not looking at that piece of it. They're just looking at, is it in the IEP? And then can we reimburse for that? That's
Do
what
you
they're
look
looking at.
actually at the IEP?
We look at the IEP.
How do you get a hold of that?
It's in our Nessus system.
Oh, no, there's a hand over. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Representative McGuire's question, and you had mentioned earlier every student is different and their needs are all different. And so if it's Merrimack, Manchester kind of situation, I would think that that student whose the cost associated with educating that student was $571,000 could have been in the Merrimack district. Is that accurate to say? So it could just change the numbers pretty drastically?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You were mentioning earlier that you don't rate set. By now we all get it. If hypothetically we would like to start going down that road where we would ask the Department of Education to start putting together, say, county level appropriate, levels of reimbursement for certain services. Can you tell me a bit about what type of staff and resources, timeline, complexity of the project? Is that something that we could, if we suggested that you go down that path, what would it take in both time and resources?
I think I would need time to do an analysis to see what that would entail before just answering it off the cuff here.
Oh, I'd appreciate if you would, because I can guarantee you more questions will be asked on that later.
Representative McGuire?
Yeah, so we have more detail in front of us here, and it's not what you just described. It's all in the 0 to 70K range. That's where the big difference is between Manchester and Merrimack. The higher end range, they're not out of line with each other in any way. It's the basic lower level range. Thank you.
So what would happen if we reduced that from 70 down lower so that the state starts cutting in a little earlier in the game here?
Just going back to what you mentioned, this is what they submitted for reimbursement. So it might very well be that the special education aid that they submitted for, it may not fall under there. We can just go by what we've received. That's the only data we really have.
I think what we have here is more complete.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Representative Ladd. Could you repeat?
Oh, my question was, we have some bills which are going the way we've done before, from 3.5 times down to 2.5 times or lower. That's where the majority of our special education IEPs are. And so it would take some of the burden off the local and put more on state. Have you looked into that as far as what would happen if we did change and move that back off, maybe, instead of 2.5 times or 3.5 to 2.5 times per pupil cost?
Yes, there have been several bills introduced the past several years that have done that. And we provided fiscal notes that showed what that would look like. So I can dig up the old fiscal notes and provide that if needed.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. May I ask, how would you determine the amounts in those fiscal notes? Because in asking questions, in previous hearings, we understand that all the data you have are for the, catastrophic aid students, where the school district sees that they are reaching the threshold to start collecting, so they will give you all the invoices for that student. Do you have any data for the students that are under that threshold?
I have to go back and look through because we have done estimates in the past on I think there was maybe 2 years ago there was a 2.5% and there was a 1.5%. So we projected it at several different.
So basically, when you present those estimates, I would really appreciate it if you'd include some information on the methodology and assumptions used to come up with them, so we understand. Because a model can have any number of assumptions that are required, but in order to understand the model, we have to understand what the ballpark numbers you had to put in there were. Thank you.
Do that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could just tag on to that's a point I remember we definitely talked about a couple of years ago because the pool at 2.5 is clearly going to be a lot larger than the pool at 3.5, and then it will increasingly tighten as you go up. So being able to look at a student that maybe stopped at 2.6. And that may be, something that we're not getting from the districts because they weren't even close to coming to the 3.5 threshold. And I think we had talked about this, Mr. Chair, a couple of years ago.
Well, we talked a couple of years ago, and we even talked about it this year, where we're looking at these other states where the locals have to pay the first 15 grand.
No, I'm talking about how we do the data analysis.
Oh, how we do the data analysis,
that we can do, I think, reasonable projections, to what lower threshold points, what 3 looks like, what 2.5 looks like, what 2 looks like, without just working from the base of invoices, we've got now. So thanks.
Looking at previous year fiscal notes, and it looks like we did not make an attempt to come up with an estimate.
Yeah, you said you couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's why we never got it. We were just told it's
That's why I
not
wanted to go
available
back and
information. So it's amazing. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Excuse me. So you told us that there's not rate setting from DOE to districts for how they implement their
For their
special ed.
services, correct.
Is there rate setting related to out-of-district placements that the state is paying for?
I believe that I would want to go back and take a look at that and actually ask Becky for that, but I'm pretty sure there's a specific rate setting for in-state placements, but not for out-of-district in-state placements when we're looking at facility approval, but not out-of-state.
So,
But I want to
would
go
you-
back and look just to
and
see
you'll verify-
specifically, because I'm pretty sure they submit, the facility will submit a lot of their financial data, and then we're able to look at rate setting based on that and then do an analysis across several, but it's the out-of-state placements that tend to not have that in place, and then that's where we see some of the costs are much different compared to in-state placements.
Thank you.
Representative Popovich.
If I may just quickly, again, repeat a similar request when you provide that data on the rate setting process, if you could be prepared to explain, in a bit of detail how the process works, right? it's nice to know it's generally about the financials, but what do you look at? You know, how do you determine their costs are reasonable and so on and so forth? Because there is always a question between what's an appropriate rate and what's an actual rate, and it can get really complicated there.
And all of this is on our website, so all of the rate setting is placed on the website for anyone to look at.
Have you had any recent discussions with HHS regarding the costs that Medicaid is taking on these out-of-state placements? And where that starts and stops in terms of where our costs as DOE costs start and stop?
So the out-of-district placements that are court-ordered placements or episodes of treatments are done by DHHS. If they're not done by DHHS, then that would be the district making the determination on where the student gets placed.
If they're not done by DHHS, what are some of those services which are, does it have to relate to the IEP?
The episodes of treatment and the court-ordered placements. And so the district will cover the costs of the educational portion of that as in the IEP. But if, let's say, an episode of treatment student is placed and it's not in the student's IEP, then those costs would not.
And the transportation associated with that out-of-state is paid by whom?
If it's in the IEP, it would be paid by the district. And then that could be a cost that they could reimburse for special education aid.
Okay.
It would be an eligible cost. The quarter placements and the episodes of treatment, transportation is, I think, included in the cost.
Are there any other questions here on the special education component here? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you. Does your system have enough granularity such that the IEP says, rather than just needs speech therapy, it says needs 2 hours of speech therapy per week or 10 hours a week or something like that? And does your system know that for a particular community, the average speech therapist hour is $100 or $200 or something like that?
No.
No. You can't sort of tease that out? That's not available? No. Okay.
If a district hires a speech therapist, there's the cost for that speech therapist that is set by the district's collective bargaining agreement. If they're not able to get one, they might have to contract that work out. So then the cost is going to be different. So it's because it varies across the state, across who they're able to actually procure to give the services to the students. It just, there's so much variance.
But on a
We
given,
wouldn't collect that data. And the other part too is, yes, if a student is receiving special education speech services and maybe they're twice a week at 30 minutes, it's in a narrative format. There's not some way for us to capture that and then do some sort of analysis.
Thank you.
It's just written in the narrative of the student's IEP. So that's why it's a lot of work for the person to go and actually look at the bill or the invoice and then look at the IEP because they're reading it in a narrative format.
How is the billable hour established for a student which is receiving some Medicaid support that's been referred by the school nurse or by a person that's qualified to do that with Medicaid? Even some of our age 3 through 5 bracket. And I'm just trying to find out, is there such a thing as a billable hour for audiology that we could find and start using as a measure of cost for an hour's worth of work?
I would think DHHS might be able to provide that information. We wouldn't have that because at the Department of Education, we don't deal with Medicaid at all. So any of the Medicaid that the district is trying to seek reimbursement for, they go through a separate system and they handle that internally themselves. We don't have any involvement with that piece of it.
Further questions of special education? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I was wondering, I want to go back to the row with the max total cost per student, and I get it, this is for of all the students that were involved in the reimbursement request, this is the one that had the highest cost associated with them. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what sort of services go into driving a cost of almost $572,000 for a single student, and maybe talk a little bit about how that cost. I mean, was it most of the students and then one, or was there sort of like this taper that went like the second to the maximum cost was $570,000. I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the services that go into that, and how many students across the state are in that ballpark.
I do appreciate the question. I can't speak to the specifics of it because I didn't look at the IEP myself, so I can't say what the services or what the student is receiving. I can't speak to that at all and the cost associated with that. I apologize, but I can't because I don't know.
Yes, Representative Brown?
Thank you. At our last work session, we were told that the submitted invoices may not detail or differentiate travel time versus a service time for a specialist that comes in. Is there any way the invoices for the IEPs or the IEPs themselves can be more specific in terms of the breakdown of the time involved for these services?
So I think the time involved, getting back to the previous example that we just talked about, speech therapy twice a week, 30 minutes, like that information will be listed in the narrative of the IEP. But as far as the travel time may not be in the IEP necessarily, but it would be on the invoice we receive. So if we were reimbursing for mileage, we would have to see from that transportation company dates of services where the student was provided transportation. That would have to be on there. Some of them, if it's reimbursement for mileage, that would have to be on there. But if they have a set rate per trip, and then it would show like location if it's from the school to maybe where services are being provided or something like that, that is detailed on the invoices that we receive.
Yes.
But that wouldn't be entered into necessarily, like we would look at that and we would say that that was an allowable cost, but we're not recording that somewhere. We wouldn't be recording mileage or transportation or breaking it down.
And on the single sheet where it says statewide count out of district, this is historical cost trends by age group. Lower right corner, it says we had 1,464 students out of district. How many of those were out of state? Do we know? And by state, could we find out whether it was Massachusetts, Maine, what states those were?
Thank you. I don't have that prepared, unfortunately, at this moment. We can gather that. So the 1464 figure, well, we could look at to determine how many of those are within out of district, but within state, and then how many are out of state, and by state. We can look into that.
Are there any other questions for the department? I think we're done with the questions. Thank you very much for coming today. So obviously we're not taking any action on any of this today, but we need to be starting to filter this down. I guess looking at the formulas for gluing this together. What's our funding formula going to look like? How are we going to address special education aid? I think these are really the two big elephants in the room here that we need to now get down to. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? What are our takeaways from the last hour and a half of looking at this? What are the things that are really jumping off this that we?
Representative Spilsbury?
Yeah, I mean, I'll volunteer a few observations, and I think they're just confirming what most of us already viscerally know if we don't specifically quantifiably know it. But statewide student enrollment since 17 has declined from 184,500 to about 169,000. Simultaneously, the student count with IEPs has increased from 32,364 to 35,717. So we've got declining student enrollment, but an increasing percentage of the students with IEPs. That's gone up from 17.5% to 21.5%. A 4% increase in 7 years is frightening, dramatic. I think that the total cost, $1 billion more or less on special ed, is just astonishing. And then when you see that the districts are by and large covering 85% of it, you can understand why it's a constant hue and cry from the districts and affects their budget so radically. And then I'm looking at our third page chart here, picking out Fall Mountain, which I know intimately enough to put these figures in perspective. Their CAT aid claims, I guess is the right way to put that, about 1.2 million. They would have been eligible for about half of that in reimbursement, 612,000. But because of the proration, which is so sharp, nearly a third, this cuts down the actual reimbursement to 421,000. So instead of getting half back, they're getting a third back. So it's just, I don't know how we as a state get under control, alleviating the burden on our schools. And I just wonder what is driving the increased number of students on IEPs, the increased percentage, the increased costs. What are the root problems that I think that's a rhetorical question. I don't think there's an answer for us today.
Yeah, and so thanks for that, Representative Spilsbury, because a lot of that what you talked about, those are numbers that we can see from the adequacy spreadsheets. You can see the enrollment trends. You can see the number of students across the state and by district, receiving special that are on IEPs, because it's right in the differentiated aid. Part
It very much presents an out of control picture, doesn't it?
Well, but on here, there were some obviously some numbers where there's just a rapid growth over a short 6-year period, like from 388,000 as the max total cost student in 2019 to now 200,000, almost 200,000 more, 571,000 for that, and not sure how many students are in that sort of significant need category, because I don't think that was. I mean, 21 over attributed to average student cost. I don't know if these are all dollar amounts, not student counts. So we're not necessarily seeing student count trend data in the special education aid, which is the most severe. We're seeing cost trend data, total cost trend data. Students submitted. Yep, but by sort of, by these sort of categories, below 3.5, between 3.5 and 10, and above 10. And where's the growth coming from? And because it certainly seems like that top line has grown significantly.
It does appear to me that the increased student count is a significant driver, but that the costs per student are much more significant.
But we also received, I couldn't put my hands on it just then, information. We had a chart showing the 13 IEP categories, and there were certain categories which were exploding on us.
Mm-hmm.
And that would, I think that's a reflection on our society. It's a reflection maybe on how we're addressing some of the stuff in the schools. Expectations, aspirations, all that stuff come into play here. So I think that we need to be looking at that and saying, okay, what's the root cause of that? We can see it as a result of dollars, but we can also see it as a result of certain IEPs. So what I'm taking away from this is that we're putting a heavy burden on the local school district to provide a program which costing $1 out of every $4 we spend on education. And
in some districts, more like 1 out of 3.
Yeah. So I think whatever we do, we have to remember that and try and incorporate it into what we're trying to achieve in terms of funding and education here. But we also have to send a message out that, that we got to somehow get in charge or oversight of this program somehow. I'm not saying we're misidentifying some of these kids, but the costs are just, we can't keep going like that. So what's the answer? Is it how we're teaching the instruction, the curriculum, how we're grouping, how we're structuring, how we're organizing, how our families are, the parenting?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I mean, we're talking about, just looking at the last column on the very last page, 169,000 kids, and there's 870 statewide that were subject to reimbursement in the special education grant. And I'm interested in I'm not interested in where the kids are, who the kids are, or anything like that, but the distribution of that 870 into the different buckets. The below 3, well, there's 0 below 3.5 because we don't do that, but 3.5 to 10 and above 10, and then maybe even getting some gradient in terms of case. I don't know what the term is, but it takes something to get up to almost $600,000. I mean, the department did not have an answer to what went into a $600,000.
But those children are the minority as far as where our costs are. Our big costs are what we talked about below. It's down lower, and it's I feel it's identification. I looked at, for example, the city of Hanover. How many kids are in receiving special aid support there? 0. You're telling me there's no child there that's getting some support? They have differentiated aid, but there's nothing there in CAT aid. So I think a lot has to do with how local is running the show. And I understand Hanover has a different population. I understand achievement scores are probably off the charts. But, I've always thought that kids, regardless of wealth, had handicapping conditions.
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if this information is really what we need to work from, or if it's something else that gives us a picture of what what we're all trying to get a better understanding of, so that we can address concerns that you've presented in terms of the definition of IEPs, and then what sort of services are provided by with 13 different
IEPs.
Categories. Yeah. That I'm not sure this is really putting the help to get to a standpoint. That's
further identifying that there's an issue.
I agree. It's doing that.
Representative Popovich, you had your hand up, and then Representative Copeland.
Thank you. I just wanted to let the committee know that I took the liberty of speaking with Melissa and asking her for breakdown of these students that get catastrophic aid, 800, 900 of them, in total cost and broken down in buckets of 10K, like 70 to 80, 80 to 90 statewide. So there is no privacy issue. I don't want to see that by district because then you really narrow it down. So, when she sends it to Jennifer, everybody will get it. But I wanted you to know that, that was requested. I took the liberty of. And I did want to check if we'll exec that bill today or not.
Pardon me?
Are we going to exec that bill that we had on the back burner because of the amendment?
Bill, so we could wipe off really quickly here. The one that you did the amendment on, Representative Damon.
So are we?
Yeah, well, Representative Colcom had her hand up here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if the Department of Education members who are here can answer this question or not, but you brought up the 13, 14 categories that we received from Becky Fredette. And what I'm noticing on this is that for 2023, the number of statewide disability here is 32,019, but they're showing on this report that it's 35,717. So I'm curious where the 3,500 difference is in that number of students that are counted with IEPs. And the other thing I was wondering is if we could maybe get the definition of emotional disturbance and how that is utilized in this report. Who are they classifying into the emotional disturbance? But the numbers on this report are not balancing with the numbers on this report for those years. They're quite different.
Yeah.
Mark can answer that because we've had that question before.
So there's different ways to measure student.
Yeah.
ADMA, ADMR, good K, not good K. We'll have to dig into exactly what the differences are, but we've been asked to do that as well as the denominator number. But it's probably just the measurement of how the student is defined.
Or is it the time in which that numbers
Also enrollment versus age
derived
gap,
from? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, can we also do you happen to know what's going into the emotional disturbance, how that's defined so that we know what classification? Okay, thanks.
Okay, pardon me? Oh, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, to me, the numbers of who gets an IEP seem relatively accurate, right? If you look at, for every single school district, the percentage of their kids who have an IEP is either high teens or low 20%, right? It's 19%, 20%, 21%, like that. And those things are, whether somebody has an IEP or not, is apparently determined completely locally. So if you have 200 school districts, everyone is getting roughly the same sort of number, then it's accurate, okay? What's different is how much is being spent on the average IEP, right? So I gave you the example, my favorite examples of Manchester and Merrimack, but there are some districts that the amount they spend per IEP is quite low, and others it's quite high. So it seems to me that's where there's local variance, and it's also where the incentives we give them are backwards, because the way we give whatever's formerly known as catastrophic aid, I guess it's special ed aid, sped aid, okay. The more you spend, the more we give, right? And we start at a very high end, so, but also, so I guess I would be like the incentive to be what we want, which is make your averages near the state average, right, in terms of spending. So the point being, if your average spending per IEP is at or below the state average, we'll give you, X percent of that cost. But if your average starts to creep up over the state average, right, and maybe we could do this just for the basic SPED costs, the 0 to 70K types, then we would give you a lesser percent of that number, if you see what I mean, right? So we could try to push the incentive to keeping your costs under control. Because right now, all we're saying is, you have a speech therapist, yes, okay, I'll pay the check, right? But is it a $500 speech therapist? Is it a $200 speech therapist? We don't care, right? So that seems to me to make some sense. Is align the incentives with keeping costs under control. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yes.
So thank you very much for listening. I have to disagree. You said the more you spend, the more we give. But we're only giving, I think it was Representative Spilsbury said, around a third of the cost. So the incentive is nowhere near to say, oh, gee, I should spend a whole lot more money because I'm going to get a whole lot more. Because I'm still going to have to come up with 2/3 of what I am spending. So I disagree. I don't believe that the incentive is there to spend more money on special ed students.
Okay, yes, Representative Phyllis.
Yes, I understand Representative McGuire's, want to get a handle on this, but to expect all the districts to have something that's close to the same average just doesn't make any sense, because you have Manchester that has thousands of students, and then you have a district that's only the elementary level and only has 200 students, and you put a family moves into the district and they have 3 kids that need special ed. You just can't expect everybody to get on the same page in terms of a percentage.
That absolutely makes sense, right? So it's only the larger districts that could be controlled in the way I'm describing.
Okay, what I'd like to do before we head out today is to take care of 484. That's a bill relative to reallocation and repurposing career technical education classroom space. We had agreed upon an amendment right here
Is that something to
in
pass
order
on?
to
No.
move the
This
CTE bill forward.
There you go.
So I'd like to hand the gavel over
Coming
to
in.
the vice chair.
Going around, no.
Okay. 350. We're gonna have. We're really pushing this. Yes. 484.
And why is it going to me? Are you making?
Well, because I want to make the motion and get out of here.
All right, so I'm going to reopen the executive session on HB 484 and recognize Representative Ladd for an amendment.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of OTP for HB 484.
Second was Representative Popovich Miller. Okay, so we have a second. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve 0358H. This is an amendment to 484. And it makes the change there. You can see on lines 7 through 9.
Do we have a second for the amendment? Second, Representative Peoples? Okay, describe your amendment, please.
I'll pass.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? This, of course, follows the discussion from this morning. Seeing none, show of hands in support of Amendment 0358H. Okay, I see all, and any opposed?
Yeah, because I was just reading through and comparing to the original. Did anybody read through and compare it to the original amendment?
It's just a highlighted.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a yes. Okay, so the amendment,
I'll make the motion and Damon the second.
the amendment is approved, 18-0. And so we are now back to, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, OTPA on HB 484 with amendment 0358H.
And seconded by Representative Damon?
I have no discussion.
Yes. Representative Copeland?
Thank you. Just noticing that the effective date was removed, line 20. So
No, this amendment only replaces section 1.
So
Okay,
the,
that's what
that
you
date
said.
remains there.
Yep, the underlying bill contains the effective date. Glad to clarify. Any further questions or comments? Okay, then we can move to the roll call on OTPA for HB 484 as amended by 0358H.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Erb,
Yes.
Representative Kofal,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
yes.
Representative Popovich,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Mahigan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Blunow,
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Burton,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Chrétien,
Yes.
Representative Weinstein,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So we have 16 yay and 2 no.
The vote being 16 yeas and 2 noes.
Could go on consent if there's nobody objecting.
Right, there's no money in
No,
this, is it?
I think we're gonna do a minority report.
Okay.
And Representative Bricky, or, yeah.
Representative Bricky will write the minority report, and Representative Ladd
Majority, yes.
will write the majority report. Okay, so that's going on the regular calendar. Thank you.
And with that, we've come to a close of the meeting today, so we're going to adjourn. And I will be putting together an agenda for the next week this evening, and you'll know about it tomorrow. So, pardon me? Yes,
10 a.m.
yeah, yeah, okay. Thank you, we're adjourned.